or YouTube. And I guess you guys can go ahead. PCT, are you ready? Thank you.
Recording in progress.
It is 6:15. We are on December 5th. This is a special meeting of the City Council and call to order. I called to order the meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bowles. Here. Councilmember Big Stick.
Present.
Councilmember Beer. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer. Present. Mayor Vaterlas.
Here. And I will read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone people, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone people for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their tradition, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all people who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First People and wish to pay our respects to their ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone. And now Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, tonight we have one consideration item, direction on potential revisions to the city's short-term rental regulations. The proposed action is receive updates on the short-term rental program and provide direction to potential revisions to the city's short-term rental regulation based on the city staff's consultation with Coastal Commission staff. And Kevin, are you starting? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Vaterlas, Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer, and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'm going to kick off this presentation with some of the background and overview. Kavitha Kumar, Interim Community Development Director, is on Zoom with us from M Group, and then Mike Janosek, also from M Group, is here at the table to present the main four items for discussion tonight. And then we also have representatives from the City Attorney's Office here for the discussion. And I know that the council doesn't have screen technology, nor do I as of now, but it is on the screen for the public, and point is a pretty high-level summary of what's in the staff report, so we'll proceed through that, and then the council can decide after the staff presentation whether we take a recess, wait to fix technology, or however you want to proceed. So this December 5th meeting is intended to, before the end of the year, so that we can expeditiously proceed in the new year with continuation of the ordinance Commission staff from a meeting with them, a consultation meeting with them in early November. The last meetings the City Council had on the STR program were August 26th and then continued to September 9th. And those meetings provided the bulk of the direction the Council wanted to go with the STR ordinance. The report provides a summary of those main items, and mainly what of information, how the city's going to host a website with information about STRs, other code and regulatory requirements such as revocation of a permit for providing misinformation on a permit, how inspections for hosted STRs and unhosted or of direction the council gave in those sessions, and staff's intent is to capture all of that in the draft ordinance when we've working on those already. But so the main in the staff report, by way of background, there were sort of three buckets of kind of substantive items that we wanted to consult with the Coastal Commission about, and at the council's direction. And the three buckets were various policy considerations, regulatory compliance matters, and then streamlining procedures for enforcing program requirements. And I won't go into the detail of all these. There are four main items that the purpose of tonight's session is to get direction from council, because we can't proceed with finalizing the ordinance and taking it to Planning Commission until we have direction on those four main items. But the overall, I'll just list them off here. The policy considerations council had given direction about was hosted versus unhosted rentals, and the limit of nights 90 per year for the unhosted STRs, primary residency requirement, occupancy limits, 2 occupants per bedroom. We're going to talk about parking requirements. We're going to talk more about multifamily property requirements. We're going to talk about the STR neighborhood density concept, and we're going to talk about minimum rental duration. Some of the regulatory compliance items relate to permit limits, the one entity, one person requirement, some details related to inspections and permitting, grandfathering of permits, and the 24/7 contact requirement. And then the report also summarizes some of the procedures for enforcing program requirements. So I think that I'm going to stop there with that sort of summary of where we've been and what we've done and what the purpose of tonight's meeting is, and then turn it over to Mr. Janasek to present the information about the four main items that we're seeking direction from council on tonight.
Thank you, City Manager Woodhouse, and my name is Mike Janusek. I'm a senior planner consulting with M Group, and I'll be presenting the portion of the staff report that relates to the four substantive policy topic areas that we're seeking further direction on. So, the first topic area is parking requirements, and the specific provision that council directed. There are three specific provisions. The first was that STRs would need to comply with the existing parking minimums in the zoning code, as well as the existing off-street parking design standards. The second was to require that all parking spaces be made available for renters of unhosted rentals, with at least one space available for hosted rentals. And the third is that non-conforming properties that are proposing an unhosted stay would be required to provide one off-street and one on-street space, respectively. And coastal staff, their feedback to planning staff and city manager's office was that their recommendation would be to a more stringent provision, which would require one parking space per STR bedroom. And this is a provision that they specifically referenced adopted STR policies in both Half Moon Bay and Marin County. However, as noted in the staff report, council may want to consider how the neighborhood density and the built form of these communities may differ from Pacifica, with Pacifica being having smaller lots and more densely built out coastal neighborhoods. And so the city manager is seeking further direction whether council wants to change direction regarding the specific STR provision related to parking. The second topic area has to do with multifamily properties, and the direction received from staff was a provision to be drafted into the ordinance that would allow only 10% of the units of a multifamily to operate as an STR. So for example, a 20-unit apartment building would be allowed to have 2 STRs in it. And as for small unit complexes, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, those would be limited to 1 STR. The second provision was clearly distinguishing between multifamily and condominium buildings. Coastal staff recommended a prohibition of STRs essentially across all multifamily buildings, so not allowing any STRs in any multifamily. And that was based on a concern about reducing the availability of affordable housing stock in the city. One alternative approach that staff discusses in the staff report is something that's borrowed from Half Moon Bay's adopted ordinance, which is termed a land use allowance provision, and that would essentially limit STR permits, the number of STR permits to 1 per legal lot of record. So whether it's a single unit parcel, a duplex, a triplex, a fourplex, or a large apartment or multifamily, I should say, building, those would all be limited to 1 STR per lot, per legal lot of record. The third topic area is STR density, and the specific provision directed by council was to explore a variety of provisions, actually, such as buffers or percentages of a block or percentages of certain neighborhoods. And coastal staff was unaware of a buffer regulation in any city they've encountered. But they did recommend that Pacifica look to Marin County, which has adopted a neighborhood-based density provision. Staff in the analysis discussion would need considerable more analysis if council were to direct a buffer provision. And also, further analysis would also be required if the direction were for a neighborhood-based provision, and this is because the number of STR permits tend to be more highly concentrated in coastal areas, and so this would have the potential to reduce the number of STR operations where some of the highest coastal visitation and coastal tourist occurrences are. So during the discussion portion of the hearing, staff will have an interactive map that'll show where STRs are located by neighborhood. And the fourth topic area is minimum rental duration. There are 2 provisions that were directed by council. The first requires a minimum 2-night consecutive stay, and the second would prohibit events in STRs. And coastal staff's concern, they were concerned primarily about potential access issue or potential equity issue if visitors might not have the means to afford a 2-night minimum stay. It might create a barrier to tourism and visiting. And then the other feedback we received was that event needs to be specifically defined, and that the term event was too broad and should be specifically targeting parties and other large gatherings. So city manager is seeking further direction from council on this provision. And finally, we did, during the consultation with coastal staff, we did receive feedback on a number of other topic areas and provisions. These are shown on your screen, and as Kevin alluded to, these were, areas that on page 7 or 8 of your staff report, but we're not specifically asking for further direction at this point in time because coastal staff was generally supportive of the provisions as directed by council. So with that, I'll kick it back to City Manager Woodhouse for closing remarks from staff.
Thank you, Mr. Janasek. Before I talk, one thing I do want to say is while the consultation process with Coastal Commission staff is important and recommended, and council directed that, the council has the prerogative to, go along with that or not, go along with what they're suggesting or not. In our discussion with them, I'll say that they often, like when it, as Mr. Janasek mentioned, when it came to parking requirements, they, compare, they say, well, look at Half Moon Bay or look at Marin County, and there's a lot of differences between in the built form and the density and the neighborhoods, and Pacifica is very unique. So wherever council lands on these various issues, our job is to provide the analysis and data to Coastal Commission when it goes there for the well, we really think, you should have, one off-street parking space per bedroom in an STR doesn't mean that the Coastal Commission is going to agree with that when they hear all of the analysis about Pacifica's details. So I just want to use that as an example, but just say generally, but it's a very important routine for us to get early consult with coastal staff so we have a heads up about what might be the hot button topics with the Coastal Commission from the staff's perspective. So the next steps, as summarized on this slide, really depend on the direction that council provides tonight on these 4 items. One following step could be we have to go back and do additional research and analysis, and maybe we have to go back consult with coastal staff again. Maybe we have to come back to the council again for final direction, and maybe we don't. Maybe after tonight, we can turn around, we have sufficient direction, and we can draft the ordinance and elevate it to the Planning Commission. And in the staff report, I suggest a timeline that, depending on the direction tonight from council, is that we might be able to get this to the Planning Commission in January. Then the next step is depending on what the Planning Commission action is, and I should say that the Planning Commission will only be acting on certain aspects of the program, not all of the details that the council directed, so certain aspects that are under their purview. So then the next step would be to bring the ordinance back to the City Council for consideration. And as with all ordinances, once you have the first reading, first hearing, and then you have the adoption, and then the ordinance goes into effect 30 days after that. The unique thing about the STR ordinance is that once the ordinance goes into effect, it can be in effect for outside of the coastal zone, but being in effect inside the coastal zone is dependent on an LCP, Local Coastal Plan Amendment process with the Coastal Commission, which, as we know, once we submit, is sort of out of our hands, and it depends on the Coastal Commission's review of that. It's not unusual for LCP amendments with coastal to take a year, for example. So the other aspect of when the ordinance goes into effect outside of the coastal zone, we will, as previously we talked about at the last meeting, there'll be certain aspects of the ordinance that can go into effect immediately, and then there'll be other aspects of the ordinance that will need to go into effect when the annual renewal rolls around in late 2025. So that's how that would roll out, and part of our process in reaching out to all the STRs when the ordinance goes into effect would be to communicate clearly what aspects would go into effect immediately and what would be rolled out later during the renewal process. And that completes staff's presentation. That's a description of the next steps. And at this point, it's up to the council if there's questions. I know your screens aren't working yet.
Is it possible that certain provisions, the ones that would go in effect during the rollover period in October of 25 or thereabouts, a possibility that because the Coastal Commission hadn't heard it yet, those provisions that otherwise for everyone else in Pacifica will go into effect later next year would not be able to go into effect in the coastal zone yet, and then once approved, if it's approved by Coastal Commission, then wouldn't take effect until
I'm not totally understanding your sequencing.
Denise is.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Let me take this. So when we draft the ordinance, we'll have to consider which provisions we think can go into effect immediately, and also the provisions that we think will need to wait until the renewal, and either craft that into the ordinance or not, or figure out some other way to bring those into the fold. Those provisions in the coastal zone that are dependent on approval of the LCP amendment into the timing, so that we don't have to wait for that process once the LCP amendment is approved, right? So in other words, when the LCP amendment is approved, those provisions that we had to wait can go into effect immediately. And I think that could happen. We just need to craft it in a way that says that. But I need to think about it some more.
Okay, because as I'm hearing that there are certain provisions that might take up to around a year to go into effect, I can consider that certain neighbors of certain residences might think that that's a very long time. And then, of course, my brain jumps to the point of, oh, well, if we're dependent on Coastal Commission and the timing is on the longer end vis-a-vis Coastal's schedule,
Right.
would that mean that that 1 year that some folks, not because of our timing, but because of Coastal's?
Right, but I think the argument could be made that they had, certainly at the time that their renewal comes up, they will have known that the ordinance has been adopted, that the LCP amendment is in process, and so they will be on notice that these provisions will change the permit once the LCP amendment is approved. So I think you could make an argument that they wouldn't be entitled to another waiting period, essentially, once the LCP amendment is adopted, if it's adopted by the Coastal Commission.
So my supposed worst-case scenario might not be quite as dire as I thought it might be.
I think we need to think about it and try to draft it in a way that makes sense so that everybody is aware of timing and constraints, and also, you know, when the renewals come up, knowledge that the LCP amendment is in process and that they're, you know, taking the permit, but that as soon as the LCP amendment is approved, those provisions go into effect in the coastal zone at that point, and there won't be a second sort of waiting period for those provisions to apply in the coastal zone. Is that addressing your concern?
That very much is addressing my concern. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for asking that, Tiger. That's really important, because I know even this year has been hard for a lot of people. Forgive me if I missed a couple things. Kevin, did you talk about the strikes? Because I think that was something that was not quite correct in the staff report that was confirmed. to us?
I didn't mention that specifically, but yeah, that's true. That's a correction from the staff report. But we know from past experiences that Coastal Commission staff's not going to be concerned about a 2 strikes, you're out provision versus a
About 2 strikes, so I just want to clarify for
yeah,
the
and
public that it's 2 strikes.
Exactly. Council majority direction was a 2 strikes violation revocation.
Okay, and then immediate revocation if someone's found to be lying on their application or fraudulent in the information they've shared.
Correct.
Correct, okay. And then I didn't hear you talk about the number of days. So we had directed 90 days, and the Coastal Commission is asking why not 60?
Right, yeah, they did.
Talk about-
They didn't have a problem with 90, and so we told them that the council had directed 90, and they said, well, and the commission might be supportive of 60, but the council directed 90, so that's what we would include.
Okay. And is HDL on?
No, HDL is not present for the special follow-up on. We will.
Well, one of the things I'm curious about now that we've gone through the new cycle of permits is how many are hosted and how many are not. I don't know if you have that information.
I don't believe we have that information. Again, that's part of the system that's going to rely on self-report process. Doesn't have that. So it is a question in the registration form, I think, that you're referring to. And
right.
We can follow up on that. I know generally very, very small percentage is hosted STRs in Pacifica.
Right. Okay. And then before we get into talking about the multifamily units, we were given a list, and I understand it's in the back of the room, of the 132 that are permitted, and I have a number of questions on this list. So that's why I was hoping they were on the line.
Well, HDL is not going to be able to answer that question anyways. The multifamily related information is from city staff. The research we did in the last 12 hours and surrounding the tsunami warning, but based on North County Fire multifamily dwelling inspection database as well as county records. And as I said in the response to council questions, the only way to absolutely validate the number of units in a building would be an inspection, because it's actually not as readily available, and verifiable as you would hope it is. And so if you have questions about the list of 132 or so, council can discuss those. I mean, that's just a reference.
But this list is from HDL. I understand the additional information that you sent us about number of units, or number of units for a few of the addresses was prepared by staff, and I appreciate that. But this is from HDL's list of 132 that are permitted?
Right,
Okay.
exactly. That's
Okay.
the current compliant list of STRs.
Okay.
I think as of November 14th when that list was.
So let me just give you an example. 1581 Beach Boulevard is listed on here just once, and it's apartment 1. And the staff report lists 4 units at that address that are STRs.
1581 Beach
1581.
Boulevard? I thought I heard you say 1584.
No, 1581.
1581 Beach Boulevard, apartment 1, but there are actually 4 units in that building.
In the staff report. If the staff report is correct.
I do see that, and I will offer the caveat that this figure number 1 is old from the August and September reports. So for the multifamily, so I would look at the current list that HDL provided as the current status more than the figure 1 list of multifamily.
Okay, but.
And
there's
we
one-
can verify that in case there is a discrepancy.
Yeah, and there's others. So the one on Buckingham is listed as 2 units. The one on Esplanade, I know for a fact is 4 units, and that is only listed here as 1.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bowles, can you repeat that? I wasn't.
Which
Yeah.
one on?
So 315 Esplanade is the one where those ladies got evicted. So they're on here, but on this sheet, there's only, oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay, sorry, I missed that one, my mistake. Yeah, there's a few others like that. So I just want to make sure we're okay with our total numbers, and I want to make sure that we are indeed permitting, 1 permit per unit, which I think we were originally told that wasn't happening, and then it was indeed happening, right? So 1 building, even if it has multiple units, would get a permit per unit. So I just want to make sure of that.
Correct. 1 STR permit per unit,
But we're going to
or 1
deliberate
unit
that
per
later.
STR permit, I should say.
Right, exactly. But
Okay.
that's where I'm just trying to understand how many units are affected, because I don't have that information in a good place. I mean, I can ask other people. 124, okay, 124 Salada is okay. Like 423 Norfolk, I know that's a duplex. That's around the corner for me. It's just listed as 1 unit, and it's 2.
And Councilmember Bowles, if I may, I just want to remind the council that this information, as we've said before at different meetings, that this information about STRs changes fairly frequently because units come on as STRs and they come off as STRs. So some of this information that, as Manager Woodhouse mentioned, the figure 1 list of STR properties with multiple units is not as current as the list that he provided of compliant STRs in Pacifica for the council meeting today.
Right. And that's where, anyway, I see discrepancies on this list that was provided today, so I'm hoping, anyway, I can go over it with HDL another time. But in any case, what I counted, and adding the ones that seem to be missing, we have about 50 in multifamily units now, and there's at least 4 of those that are not, that were on a different list that are not permitted. So just wanted to share that information with council.
Can I ask a question? In terms of contacting HDL to go over the verification of the list, city manager, who ordinarily does that work in our city staff?
The whole team communicates with HDL. Ms. Carter, Assistant City Manager Ms. Carter, is the lead with that, but code enforcement is working with them as well. And as of late, all of us are working together on this. So I would just say if there are discrepancies that you see in this information, please send them to me, and we'll confirm with HDL what the status of those addresses are. This, as of November 14th, this list of 132 compliant is what we are working with.
And then you mentioned, or maybe Mike mentioned, that the Coastal Commission is actually looking to apply this to condos also. So do any of your numbers here or there define which are condos on top of these 50 multifamily?
We don't, I guess the question would be if condominium complexes. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bowles, what actually is your question about that?
So
If any of these are condos?
Before we were looking at these in apartment buildings, and I thought our direction had been that we weren't including condos, but now I'm hearing that the Coastal Commission wants us to consider condos along with multi-unit buildings. I'm trying to understand in addition to these 50 units, how many more units might we be talking about in terms of this ordinance?
I guess I don't have an immediate answer to that. Unless condominium complexes, from the data that staff looked at in the last day, are categorized on the fire department's multifamily inspection list, and someone else chime in if condominium complexes are, considered multifamily by that.
How does that work
For
in terms of
fire
APN?
inspection.
Right. But
Yeah.
they're individually owned.
Yeah, APN, right?
So how can you limit one person in a condo complex when they're individually owned? And Terra Nova and Rosita are not townhouses, they're planned unit developments. And if you look on a preliminary title report, they come out as a single-family home.
But I think the question was, for purposes of fire inspections, are they considered multifamily dwelling units? And that was the information that city staff was given to identify multifamily dwelling units. So I understand that they are individually owned, but what we're not sure of at staff level is whether fire considers them to be multifamily dwelling units for purposes of fire inspections,
Okay.
and therefore identified as multifamily dwellings for purposes of SDRs.
Yeah, and the reason I mentioned that is that's the database on which this additional information about the multifamily dwelling data, like how many multifamily complexes are there that just have one STR in them. I just mention it related to condo complexes because if it's included, then this applies to those as well. But I can't look at this list and tell you how many of these are actually condos versus single-family homes. But also, the council should keep in mind, what's on the table when you're talking about multifamily is whatever you want to define. Council's direction has currently been to apply the 10% rule to condominiums, I believe, was the current direction.
That's not what I remember. I remember we weren't counting condos at all.
Or was it, I just saw it, was it excluding or including?
That PowerPoint has that.
Mr. Janusik, was that in the PowerPoint? Where did I just see the condominium? So I think related to condominiums and the like, townhomes or whatever, what would be good tonight is when we talk about multifamily, that the council gives clear direction about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Looking forward to that.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
I have a question about parking. I believe in the PowerPoint, but I didn't read it here, about one on-street parking spot. Didn't it say that? And
I think it said that in the report.
That was one of the things that we had directed, where there wasn't enough parking.
Yeah,
There could be one in the driveway and one
but
on
you
street.
can't protect
It's not
an
yes.
on-street parking spot.
Right, it's not a designated
It
spot
wouldn't,
on the
yes,
street.
that's correct. It wouldn't be a designated. There's no way to reserve a
Right.
spot. I think the council's concern was allowing some variation and reliance on on-street parking if there was on-street parking available in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And I can, okay, never mind. We'll come back to this.
I know, that's where I'm trying not to, not, 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 not,
neighborhood density discussion. And so we have that tool available if we need to zoom in on. If council members have questions about the map, then after we get the screens working, we can pull that up and answer questions about the map. But it's just a way in Pacifica where these 132 STRs are, and in the coastal zone and outside the coastal zone.
Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break first so that IT can fix the screens. And then we're going to come back and have the maps up for the public comments. Okay?
Yes. It is
And
okay.
Recording stopped.
Thank you very much.
Well, actually, we're going to take a break until it gets fixed. Minutes. The people who are on Zoom will get cut off, and you will have to re-sign on once the modem is back working. So we may be another 15 minutes. And that was just an update, not recalling the council.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. screens. Comcast is not working at this time, but people can still see the meeting on YouTube and also on the Channel 26 website. So because it is available to the public, we are going to continue. And hopefully the people on Zoom, Emily's over there, but hopefully the people on Zoom have reconnected.
Oh, so Zoom
Because-
is working too.
They got cut off.
Okay.
Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is put up the interactive maps that we have. Or not interactive if you're looking at them on the screen. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Oh, thank you. This map shows properties in the coastal zone and outside the coastal zone, and the amounts in each area. These are the compliant STRs from our list. Thank you.
Okay. So is it possible to zoom in, a neighborhood at a time, like starting at the north or the south?
Yes, if council members could just let us know what the questions are or where you want to zoom and look, City Clerk Coffee will drive.
I don't care, we could start with Paper Point.
Start at the top.
Or the bottom. Yeah, top.
Let's start at the top.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm not seeing very many in Fairmont where we have parking issues.
Right.
One
there
on
are-
Parkview, one on Heathcliff.
What's Norfolk like as a parking zone? Do you know?
Um,
Is it one of those,
It's a skinnier street. It's mostly duplexes, so parking is a
And
little
there's
limited.
5 units in there too, but they usually have their own driveway for the 5 units.
Sarah, can you expand a tiny bit on that Norfolk one? Because it looks like there's 2 circles maybe sitting on top of each other. I can't tell.
To the right.
Up.
Ooh, is all that grill? Let's go, I'm hungry.
Go further south.
It's still to the right.
A little bit farther, yes.
Okay. There.
Okay,
there's 3.
Yeah, so it looks like.
There's 3.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
And
Oh,
I-
yeah, and you can see,
Uh-huh.
like,
Much better.
And then Lewis Lane are also a bunch of duplexes.
so that image where there's 2 houses, like Venn diagramming each other, would be probably one of those Lewis Lane addresses that is on one of the, it's, yeah, 472, 4476.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we head west towards the ocean? Oh, wait, I did want to look at Manor. There's one weird apartment building up there. And actually, yeah, that was one I wanted to ask about. At the very bottom right of that, there's like a little dead end, and there's one there.
At the bottom end of what?
At the bottom end of Manor on the screen, at the bottom right of the
It's
screen.
actually the top of
Oh.
Manor.
Yeah, top of Manor, sorry, bottom of the screen. Is that 1 or 2? Because, yeah, there's only 1 dot there. So there's 2 units that are both listed on this spreadsheet for 468.
Can you zoom in a little bit more, Sarah? There we go. Thank you so much, by the way.
So that looks like the back of 472, and that one isn't on the list, but there are 2 on the list. One says 468 Manor Drive, Unit A3, and the other says 468 Manor Drive, C2. So I'm curious if those are both in that apartment complex, because there's only one dot there, but there's two on the list. Anyway, I think we were told by staff that's a complex of 16 units.
Which one? I'm sorry.
This one that we're looking at right now. It's very unusual for the
468.
neighborhood. It's kind of tucked between houses. Okay, so I'm sorry, you can zoom back out and, at least for me, go towards the ocean. But feel free to. So can you go to Esplanade on the,
So do you move the map down a little, right? I meant the other way.
no, yeah, that,
We have to agree on language for you.
North,
Would be helpful, right?
north,
Up, down,
south,
left, right?
east, or west?
Yes, let's use directions, thank you.
so the two on the top there that are close to where it says Seacliff by the McDonald's. So that's, so again, I'm confused about the number of dots because this is 315 Esplanade, which has 4 units. And
Then if you could zoom in just a little so we can see the numbers.
so it, I mean,
There we go.
yeah, is there actually a dot for each one?
Maybe not.
Oh, 325. 309.
Whoever worked on the screens, thank you. I don't know if he's still here, but
It looks like there's maybe 2 dots there.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
if
it
You have to
does.
get really
keep zooming
big.
in.
yeah. Oh, look at you, Christine.
Oh, wow, somebody else too.
And there's really 4 there.
And there's really 4 there, yeah. And the other 2 are in the building in the back. That's the way those units are laid out with the parking
In the middle.
in the middle, underground, or not underground, but at ground level.
And just a reminder to the council, Figure 1 is old from August, September.
This is on this list. It's
Figure
not
1 in
one.
the staff report, Kevin?
Yeah.
Yes, compared to this list, and for, right, so 315 shows units 2, 3, and 4.
Anyway, for me, I would really like to have these maps and be able to study them, and then I can look in my district where I know the houses and know if something's missing or so forth. And these are important ones because this is, again, where, low-income tenants have been evicted. So it's important to know if things are changing and permits are being granted.
So I don't want to go too deeply into deliberation, but which specific items are you thinking this may concern you over?
Density.
This is really about having information, and I've been asking for maps over multiple meetings, and so I would just really like to have these to be able to study them. But what I wanted to do here is actually not this, but look at the neighborhood density, right? So we can zoom back out.
Right.
Well, we're going to have to go in and out, because as you just pointed out on that one, it
Yeah.
immediately looks like
Yeah.
2, but it's really
Right.
4 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that, we look at the map as much as we would like now here, and, whatever you think is reasonable there, and then have that deliberation after public comment regarding,
Sure.
for example, density.
Okay.
For some of us, the considerations may have less to do with the data points
Okay,
than
gotcha.
for others, and we'll see where that falls and go from there.
I think
Good
it's
process.
important to look at Sharp Park because that's where we're getting a lot of
Yes, definitely.
complaints.
And Pedro Point.
Of course, yeah.
Well,
And
should we do that
partnership
now?
and
It's right there. Okay, where are the questions? Beach.
And are these necessarily showing multiple units? I see like one on Salada has a few different ones overlaid. What are some of the big ones on Beach Boulevard?
Oh,
126, a lot of.
'24, '26, '28, and '30. Salada.
Salada, yeah.
And can you zoom in at Beach Boulevard near Santa Rosa? So, 2117 Beach. That's interesting. 2117 Beach isn't on this list at all. The one at the bottom of the screen.
Oh.
And so 2061, I think that's at the top of the screen, that supposedly has one,
That's
two,
multi-unit
three,
right there.
three.
I'm sorry, Sarah,
What's-
can you click on the one that's on Santa Rosa that has the two? Can you just click on the address for me really quick? Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you so much.
And then what is the one above, north of that? That one.
26.
The ad, oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Can you
There's
zoom
two of
in?
those.
Because there should be,
There are two of those.
okay.
Oh, three.
Maybe you have to get really big to see the dot.
Three.
No.
And so is that just one dot, or are there three dots and we just can't see?
Seems like
Are
one.
you going any farther? But
That's
just-
as much as it will allow me to zoom in, and it looks like there's a shadow there, but I'm only able to click onto a single dot.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
So anyway, just looking at the map, so we're not seeing the whole picture. Is-
Yeah, it looks like I was able to click, and it's showing apartment 3 now. I don't know if it was showing apartment 3 previously on that one. Yeah, it's showing apartment 3, it looks like, regardless of where I click in that area.
All right.
Okay, guess you can zoom back out. Yeah, we're not getting the whole picture on the map, so.
Here's we need. Where else would you like Sarah to go?
Can
I
you,
would-
yeah, can you zoom back out here first, and then we can pan down, I think.
Actually, wanted to look at Salada if we
Yeah,
could
go
before we go south. So
So those, according to the list, are 126, 128, and 130 Salata, but they look like they're, I don't know if that's a duplex or,
124,
26,
6,
30.
8, and
28.
30
Yeah.
on the list.
oh yeah, 4 units, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And somebody had mentioned Talbot had a lot, but I don't see too many on the list here. Just 3.
There's some missing right here, too.
Can you scroll up to the right? Are there some missing there?
Oh, it's okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And all the way to the top of Talbot? No, sorry, further to the right. Okay. That doesn't seem like that many on Talbot.
Mm-mm.
– 124 to 130, sorry, I'm going backwards, is a 4-unit building.
124 to 130 is a
Salata
4-unit.
is a 4-unit building,
So all 4.
all 4.
Thank you, Sarah. Would you mind, I would like to look over by Lakeside. That one. 200 has, it's all the units, right? Yeah.
Lakeview?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Lakeview.
5. Lakeview, yeah. Same thing, Lakeside's right there.
Yeah, I was confused by that because actually, the update, so there's 5 units, and this shows 5 units, but the updated staff report with the information from fire just says that 3 of the units are STRs.
It seems like all the apartment buildings I lived on are like taken up, which I find interesting. Okay.
It says in Redfin
Oh.
that that's a 5-unit building.
Okay, wait, so this is just one dot, but when you click on it, it shows all 5?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting, because that wasn't happening on the other ones.
Okay.
Okay. I think
Where
we
should
can
we
zoom
go?
back out, yeah.
Travel down the coast now? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should probably give her direction.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I don't want to be the only one, so.
No, it's okay.
Feel free. So, actually, Valleymar, so there's just one? That's interesting.
Could you zoom
There's
in a
just
little bit?
one for this data set,
Well, this is supposed to be current data.
but current data for our licenses.
Right, so there's more that aren't licensed.
So you're
that we're
talking
not
about
seeing.
unlicensed, that
Well,
may
there's
be.
other platforms, right, that maybe we're
Oh,
not,
So in other words, the incidence is
I don't know.
as observed or.
oh, actually, let's ask that question. Is this just Airbnb data, or is this other platform data?
This is all STRs that remember HDL scrubs all the databases, and it can be constantly changing, and it's not a perfect system.
Yeah.
And there's illegal operations that are out there. There's non-compliant ones that are being worked to bring into compliance, but the ones on this map are all of the compliant ones.
Okay. So, want to zoom back out? Please, Sarah.
Into Rockaway?
Yeah, let's
Mayor?
look at Rockaway and then Park Pacifica and then Pedro Point. Oh, it's all the way in the back. Sorry for this being so tedious, but it's really good for us to be able to see this.
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, a lot more than I thought in Park Pacific.
Yeah, Sarah, can you go back to Park Pacifica?
And Tiger, do you know your streets or some of these multifamily buildings?
Say again?
Or some of these perhaps multifamily buildings?
Are some of these
She's wondering if they're multi-unit, multifamily buildings or as opposed to single-family. These seem to me to be all single-family,
don't
except
think
for
so.
where are the,
There's
and
one
as
on
we're talking about the condos or the townhomes.
Right, but those are townhomes.
1128 Onstead is a townhouse. Wait. No, it isn't.
Can you please zoom out a little? now,
Oh,
Sarah?
1128 is not a townhouse, it's a house?
On Oddstad?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Big Bend, Yosemite.
And I don't, some of the discussion was about a radius, and it's hard to tell what a radius would encompass.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know what he's saying. Okay. You want to zoom out?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Linda Mar?
So right there, Sarah, would we, go right there, would we call this Sun Valley? I don't really know what to call that.
That's
section
that's
of
back
Crestview.
of the valley.
It's
Oh, it's
not really
Crestview.
BOV, it's kind of
In between.
middle-ish. I don't know what that neighborhood's referred to as. Lindemar, clearly, but. Because I remember we got into this nomenclature discussion when we were talking about the pipes being redone.
Yeah, upper
Yeah,
Lindemar.
Right, lower Lindemar.
Lower
It's like,
Lindemar.
no, but from a wastewater state
Oh,
point of view,
right.
that's the nomenclature, so.
The nomenclature.
I got that from Tiger.
I know, me too.
Yeah. My vocabulary has increased significantly over the last 4 years, as an aside.
Okay.
Okay.
I always regard my
Pedro Point.
vocabulary as
Pedro
so
Point.
inadequate.
See, there you go.
You should meet my aunt.
Do you want to zoom in
have.
at all, Sue
No,
Beckmeyer?
the other one.
I do,
The other
especially Pedro Point, but let's zoom in on what I consider to be lower Lindemar
Lower Lindemar.
before we go there.
You've not met the aunt I'm referring to.
All right, then. District 4 up there. Could you take us a little west, please?
Very good.
And then I just saw one on Higgins,
On which?
which is at the bottom.
Oh,
I thought there were more on Higgins, but maybe they're not
well,
permitted.
That would
Higgins.
be more south.
Yeah, if you just pan up, that would get there.
Oh, see, what a nice map. You can type in the street.
I was looking for that to Solo.
Do you want to be able
Oh,
to see Higgins?
1159 to Solo.
Because that's Peralta, so if you could make it so we can see Higgins, that makes sense.
Yep.
Higgins is at the
The
bottom.
other direction.
South?
There, yeah,
Yeah.
against the mountain. Mhm.
Keep
There
going.
we go.
Mhm.
Thank you, Sarah.
Keep going. There we are.
There.
Oh, it's actually not even on.
No.
Huh.
It's Adobe.
Thank you, Sarah.
Isn't Higgins where there was that big illegal party last
Yep.
year?
Maybe closed.
It's not on the list, though, either.
No.
Okay.
11, what was the Adobe Drive?
1585.
1585.
Okay, yep. paper
I'm
print.
ready. Yeah, thank you. And then if we could, before we go to Pedro Point, the lower Linda one more time. So moving the map south? Yeah, perfect. And can you increase the size a little bit, please? And take us west and a little north. And can you zoom in on the one that's on Peralta that's not? The address is on Montezuma, it looks like.
$7.95 Montezuma.
Thank you.
Wait,
Yes.
yes.
Thank you. Can we go a little bit west, please? And a little bit north, please. Thank you. Shall we go to Pedro Point? Let's go.
Can you just zoom in on Stanley? Those are the only two that seem to be close to each other within one house.
Maybe on Olympia too, it seems like there's,
I know the numbering is a little bit different on the point. So where's 227?
And 215?
That's 215. Okay.
now could you look at Olympian, which would be going a little west? And then, I mean, I shouldn't say north, south, east, west. It's at the bottom of the map.
North,
It's
south,
kinda
east,
south.
west is helpful.
Okay. South,
South, yeah.
south.
There's Olympia.
There you are.
There's Olympia. One,
Whoa,
Whoa.
it's a little tiny little thing.
Huh.
What is the address? Across from 130?
175 maybe is
No,
what's on the list?
to your left, Sarah, the one,
The
that
middle
one,
one.
175.
Yep.
Yeah, what is that? Is that a garage or?
Is that the one they were complaining
I don't think so, but this gives them a
about? Oh,
chance.
Belfast.
Yeah, Belfast, please. We want to go, take us a little south. There we are. There you go. And maybe increase the map, thank you. Mm-hmm.
Fast UK. 423 Belfast is the only one on the list, which I don't think it was the problematic.
And that's the one, right? That's right there?
It
yeah.
must be, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
400 was the problematic
400
one.
is the one with the garage.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not on the list.
Right.
Well, probably because they can't rent it at this time,
One,
so it's not compliant.
that's our understanding. But evidence to the contrary.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm finished. Are you finished?
I am.
Sarah,
Thank you, Sarah.
so much, Sarah.
And the person who put this map together very quickly with the information that we just got this afternoon.
Oh.
So it can be refined, of course. We have
Yes.
a few questions that we'll go into. Yeah.
Okay,
Comment, yay.
so now we're ready for public comment.
I need to-
We have Gary Chinka first, Bob O'Donnell, and, sorry, my hand, and Brian Renero.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to bring up one major point, and I know there's been some discussion about how far apart or the distance between the Airbnbs. And I think one of the suggestions was 250 feet. Yet, looking at the map, if there were Airbnbs on a court, they could be directly across the street from each other, yet 250 feet away from each other if they went up and around the end of the court. I'd like the council to consider 250 feet in just about any direction, just to prevent overcrowding and too many of them in a neighborhood. It seems that any loophole that's left open, the people who own or operate Airbnbs find a way to exploit it. And I'd like to see that kind of guarded against. So that was the main point. So thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Bob O'Donnell, Brian Renero, and Cindy Abbott.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for listening to us. It's been a long journey. It's been over 2 years. I've been up and talked to you before, and we're kind of coming down to the fourth quarter. And I was thinking about this. I want to leave you with three thoughts, three phrases, actually. One is unintended consequences.
Hold on. Okay.
So I'd like to mention unintended consequences. The second term is foist, something that's foisted on you. And the
Yes.
third term is collateral damage. And as you go into your deliberations with the city staff, I'd like to have you keep these in mind. Let me talk a little bit about each one of those. In terms of unintended consequences, I think we're all here tonight because there was a legitimate effort in 2017 to put an ordinance together for short-term rentals. But the practical effect of that over the years has been to point up some really serious problems. And you've heard your citizens for 2 years talking to you about the problems. You know, it's noise and it's traffic, it's intoxication, it's unhosted places that create all sorts of problems in our neighborhoods. And we just cannot continue to live like that. The second word is foist, and I looked that up today. What does the word foist mean, or something that's foisted on you? It really means it's something that's unwelcome and unwanted and unneeded, that's forced or impelled on you by circumstances you can't control. And what I want to say is the citizens of Pacifica in these neighborhoods that you've just seen on the maps feel like these places have been foisted on us, in many cases by absentee landlords who are way far away and take their profit, but they leave all the problems that we've just talked about. All those unintended consequences we live with on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a weekend basis when these places get filled up. Can you imagine a house with 15 or 16 people in the cars and all the commotion? So that's what foist means to us in the neighborhoods when we think about this issue. And the third term is collateral damage. We really feel like we have become collateral damage, the people that are affected by this issue. And we have to trust that now, after almost 2 years, and I really appreciate the council's response to us. I really feel you listen, you understand, and you're going to work with the city staff to make this happen. But please remember that we feel like collateral damage, and if nothing happens, we're going to continue to feel like that. We're going to be actually devastated that we've come to the city council in good faith for this whole period of time, and if nothing happens, it's going to be very, very disappointing. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I really believe in the council. I trust that you have good judgment, and you're going to work with your city staff. The details I leave to you, but I also leave to you the 3 phrases with you: unintended consequences, foisting, and collateral damage.
Thank you, Bob.
Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Brian Renero, Cindy Abbott, and Lila Renero.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Vadalos. Thank you again for the work that you've been doing over these months. I think we are making progress. Just as I said in my public notes to preceding this meeting, there are some important details. First, if I may offer some help to today's discussions, the UBC Uniform Building Code lists condominiums as multi-unit properties as R2. So the San Mateo Building Code does list them as multi-unit establishments. Hope that clarifies. The other thing that I think would also remove a lot of confusion about what is on the map in this issue about STRs appearing on these platforms and falling. 2 words: platform accountability. And this is the key to the success of the STR control system in San Francisco. It is most certainly these platforms' ability to understand who's listing what and for how many days in any given time period on their platforms. That's how they operate, that's how they build, that's how they make their money. Every month, the City of San Francisco's short-term rental office gets a spreadsheet of all listings from Airbnb and 4 other major platforms. And the Office of Short-Term Rentals on a weekly basis gives them a list of violators who are to be removed. And in platform accountability, the platform is responsible and can be penalized for advertising illegal or non-compliant STR listings. So that's how we're going to have the most efficient and most effective way of policing the system, because I think it's pretty clear from this map there's lots of inconsistencies with HGL's list, inconsistencies with the map, and a chronic undercounting of what's actually going on in the neighborhoods. The last point I would like to make is that it's very important that we have density restrictions. This should not be an issue, despite what staff at CCC says. CCC has already approved density restrictions in Pacific Grove and Seaside in Monterey, in the Monterey Bay Peninsula. So that should not be an issue here. Finally, I want to talk about the logic that was just discussed about a 1 parking spot per bedroom. I think that's a terrific recommendation from the CCC. Now, the idea that we would say that Pacifica doesn't have that kind of a neighborhood, we don't have enough parking to support 1 bedroom per STR, that means that our standards should not be lowered. That means STRs don't belong in those neighborhoods, which is the central point that we've been making about this issue. These businesses load up the neighborhoods beyond the capacity that they were ever designed to be. And it should not be our point to be show deference to these operators and lower our standards because these neighborhoods are not designed to support the businesses that are being run in an unregulated fashion in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, then Lila, and then Stephanie Robbins.
Hello, good evening on this very goofy day. Now night. So I did send in a public comment earlier in the midst of the evacuation warning. So there's a few things I didn't get to proofread it so I could get it in and before packing up my computer and the cats. But the recent meetings between city staff and coastal staff just highlights what we have all been sharing with you for the past going on 3 years about the impact of short-term rentals and how they've negatively impacted the affordability, character, and quality of life in our neighborhoods. And it was really heartening to read the staff report this time, and I'd like to strongly support and recommend that you also support what we heard from coastal staff. Require short-term rentals to provide 1 parking space per bedroom. As you just heard, and I strongly endorse living here in West Sharp Park, that the constrained character of our neighborhoods throughout the older neighborhoods in Pacifica is exactly why this is important. It has nothing, yes, you know, Half Moon Bay and Marin are different. That's why it's even more important here that we do that. We can't park outside a lot of the time anyway with how dense the houses are and how small these areas are that we live in. City documents regularly note that affordable housing in places like West Sharp Park provide naturally affordable housing, as I just said. That's why we should not be allowing any short-term rentals in apartment complexes. There should be none. That will also make it so much easier to enforce. You don't have to be saying what percentage of this building is out there. The percentage is 0. Very easy. A neighborhood-based density requirement is critical. I have been talking to you about this for, again, going on 3 years as we saw what was going on here in West Sharp Park with entire streets and areas being overtaken and turned into small hotel districts. You had examples now provided to you of other cities from the Coastal Commission about how you can do an overlay, and you should apply the cap the same way to neighborhoods, 1% by neighborhood. We should not be impacted or overburdened here in areas or by the coast because we're all close to the coast. Everybody evacuated today. So, you know, we're all close enough to beautiful, wonderful areas, but we need to distribute short-term rentals throughout the community. Please don't take a wait-and-see approach. Do all these things now because this has taken a really long time. We can't keep dragging this out for years on years. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Lila, then Stephanie, and then Caitlin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Thank you to all of you who have worked this far to bring the SDR ordinance revision this far. Your efforts are appreciated. A few points I'd like to reiterate from my earlier public comments, that proof of residence, applicants need to provide a driver's license, passport, or California ID at a minimum, along with 2 other forms of residency documentation. Proof of residency should be no easier than what it is to enroll children in our school district. 3 strikes has got to go. This is not baseball. There should be automatic reasons to disqualify an STR operator, such as lying on an application or listing a property on an STR platform without getting the permits and licensing. Speaking of which, 204 Shoreview, another Marbella Lane property, I reported to HDL on September 24th a listing of their property without an STR permit, and they are now on the compliant list. This doesn't seem right that they should be allowed a permit at all. Additionally, there should be fines levied against the operators who falsely advertise on their listings. 400 Belfast still lists the condemned guest house / illegal garage conversion on their site, and Airbnb and Vrbo still list short-term rental license approved by City of Pacifica, even though their permit was not renewed as of November 1st. Please follow the CCC recommendation of 60 days max, not 90. As for the density issue, let's address it now and get it done right. We've come so far in terms of progress fixing our ordinance. Let's not ignore this point and rush the ordinance through. As have said, platform accountability is a must. This is not only possible, but also not particularly difficult. SF has this, and they require Airbnb and other platforms to provide them with monthly reports. And last, you have an army of concerned Pacificans who are willing and able to help keep the problematic STRs in check. In order to do so, we need to be provided a website or other source with a list of addresses and where they are in the compliance process. There needs to be a publicly available map link that is always accurate concerning all the current SDR information. The map we viewed tonight was not fully helpful since there were many non-compliant ones not listed. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin, oh, sorry, Lila Renaro, then Caitlin Quinn.
No, that was Lila.
Stephanie.
Nope, sorry, Stephanie.
So
I have them all.
we know who we are.
Stephanie, followed by Caitlin, followed by Joanne Gold.
First, I'd like to thank City Council for the work you've done in getting us this far. I really appreciate the progress and the listening to the citizenry, which is so important here. And I especially want to call out Council Member Big Stick and Bowles for acknowledging the letter that I did send today so that I know that it was received, and I appreciate that. Just a couple quick points. I'm really going to mirror everything that's been said already this evening, so rather than repeat, I just want to say a couple of quality of life comments, and that is obviously as our council members, your responsibility to our quality of life, which also affects your quality of life as citizens yourself, is so deeply important. And we all live in Pacifica for the quality of life that we get here. Reducing that quality of life, reducing, as was mentioned earlier, reducing requirements such as for parking and other requirements is just crazy, because we really need to ensure that everybody has the ability to live in a safe and secure place, to live in a place with peace where we can enjoy where we live and have the home that we want to be able to have here in Pacifica. The other thing that is so disconcerting, our property values are going down. That map, as much as it was not very accurate, does show my house quite well, and completely surrounded by these short-term rentals. We know there's the property at the corner of Santa Rosa and Beach that cannot be sold. This is a house that should not only sell very quickly, it should be the kind of house that gets bid out way over asking price, because it's got that ocean view and it's a beautiful home, and yet they can't sell it because it's a duplex and the other half of that duplex is an unhosted STR. So I just want to point out a couple of those additional little things, and my support for everybody who's already spoken tonight and were so eloquent in what they said. So please, and the last thing is, please consider 60-day max versus a 90-day max, because of the way that you can move around those dates. They still can, the short-term rentals can still really find a financial path forward with those in a way that could be detrimental. And thinking in terms of everyone having short-term rentals on the 4th of July. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. What a day, what a day. I don't want to repeat a whole bunch of stuff that's been said before, but I do want to lean into a couple of things. Regarding the parking situation, absolutely. 1 car per bedroom, as the Coastal Commission staff has suggested. These STRs are businesses. If they can't provide enough parking for their customers to support their businesses, then they don't belong in business, plain and simple. Please consider reducing the proposed 90-night cap on unhosted short-term rentals to 60. I did some just like back-of-the-envelope math. So 90 nights equals 45 weekends out of 52. And if you want to factor in all the major holidays, it's actually 37 weekends plus a 2-night stay for every single major holiday. That's still a lot of profit for an STR operator, and it's also a lot to ask a neighborhood to continue bearing. Regarding the grandfathering question that came up in the staff report, and this idea of we can hold them to certain new elements of the ordinance, but others we have to sit and wait for them to ride out the rest of their permit year. Listen, Daly City's STR ordinance 5.92.090, they give an amnesty period for their short-term rental, their existing short-term rentals when they pass their new ordinance. And it reads, short-term rentals with a business license operating on or before the enactment of this chapter shall be considered existing unpermitted uses. An amnesty period of however many months ending on September 30th, 2021, after the effective date of this chapter is being provided to allow existing unpermitted uses to be legalized by conforming to the requirements of this chapter, including compliance with operating standards, registration, and record-keeping obligations. Existing short-term rental uses that do not conform to the requirements of this chapter on or before September 30th, 2021, after the effective date of this chapter shall cease operation and be prohibited from resuming unless and until the use conforms to the requirements of this chapter. They were not given the gift of being able to ride out the rest of their annual renewal period. And I really hope that we will not allow that to happen here. There is so much pain out in the community. Please do not make us wait a whole nother annual renewal cycle to get these bad actors into compliance or gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Gold, and then last card is Gary Furlong.
Okay, this gets really easy when you come last because all I have to do is say ditto because everybody already said everything that was really smart and really wonderful, and I already submitted my comments to the council, so I'm not going to repeat that, except the part that I want to repeat is my gratitude. You have all done such an exceptional job and been so diligent in listening to us and making considerations about this very important issue, so thank you for doing that. I just want to encourage you to lean in, go with your instincts. This is kind of common sense stuff. You've heard all these wonderful arguments and really reasonable expectations for how we can manage this really critical issue. And we already know that there are going to be people who are going to find the loopholes in it anyway, so err on the side of more, not less, please. I mean, even looking at that map broke my heart a little bit because I realized all the times I've been telling you the stories about the STR across the street from my house, it's not even listed on that map, which means they're not permitted. So we know they're out there. We need more controls, not less. 60 days, more density, the parking issue. Please do it all. Give us some guardrails, and let's live in a city that will support all of our happiness and be able to share it with the visitors in a reasonable way. Thank you.
Thank you.
As the others have said, thank you. Thank you for the work, for the time, for the late nights, the long hours, for hearing from all kinds of people about all kinds of subjects in regards to STRs. Progress has been made. It's looking good. What you're doing now will make a difference in this city for decades. So thank you. As others have said, my comment would be that we do reduce the number of nights of unhosted STRs from 90 to 60, and I encourage you to consider that. In regards to parking, as others have said, it's been brought up that some neighborhoods are built in such a way that there is very limited parking on site, and so the comments from council members and others have been that maybe we should consider allowing off-street parking. The off-street parking in my neighborhood, which is Pedro Point, is atrocious. And to consider adding to that just boggles my mind. The situation in our neighborhood and throughout Pacifica and probably throughout the United States and the world has been made worse by that darn Antiques Roadshow, which seems to have convinced a lot of people that they own priceless antiques. They just need to hang on to everything in their garage. So instead of using garages for parking, garages are used for storage. The cars, well, many of the houses in my neighborhoods don't have driveways. So the cars are on the street. So what's being proposed is that because there is no parking around the houses, that we allow STRs to let their tenants park on the street also. Please don't do this. It's just going to make a bad situation worse. When I go home, and tonight will probably be no exception, but it might thankfully be because it's dark. When I go home usually and turn onto my very short street, which has no STRs on it, I play the car tango, which means I turn the corner, I look, I wait for the car that's down there trying to get out to come by because we've already got cars parked on one side and then later on both sides of the street. And then if there's a UPS truck, if there's an Amazon van, if there's some other delivery vehicle, it's a case of going forward, backing up, backing around the corner, going forward, backing up, waiting for the UPS truck to go by. This is on a street without any STRs that are letting people park on the street already. This situation will be so much worse if one or two of my houses or the houses on our street become STRs. Please don't make the situation worse. It's bad enough as it is. But again, thank you for the progress that's been made, and thank you for listening to all of us and reading all of our comments. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, Emily, I have no more yellow cards. Is there anyone on the phone?
We have one raised hand. It is for Leo and/or Chris.
Okay, Leo, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for tonight's meeting. Leo Leon here on Olympian Way. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the excellent points that were made by the public comments tonight, but I do want to make a point of the fact that we looked at the map, we saw what was on the map, and we now understand that those are the only ones that we know of that are improved STRs. And it would be helpful to have access, public access to the map along with those addresses, and then the public that wants to help move things along in a lawful, orderly way, communicate to the city and our elected council members and work to correct the list and get it updated correctly. Now, on the issue of saturation, I've written to you all about having limits for districts and most importantly, having limits on streets. And on the matter of streets, we have to understand, it's been brought up, but I want to go deeper into it. Take, for instance, Olympian Way, which I know all of you are familiar with. On paper, it's 40 feet wide. In reality, it's probably 12 feet wide on average, and in some place, 8 feet wide. In fact, we just, as a city, approved a proposition for 2 developments where the development used 20 feet of right-of-way. So, you know, that's just off the bat. So this gives you an idea of 20 feet of undeveloped right-of-way. So what I'm getting at is we need to have, I think it's certainly in the case of Olympian Way, we need to have city engineering, public works, and public safety evaluate, you know, even the possibility, because there's parking out of necessity here that, you know, would not be tolerated on streets in Pacifica, such as cars parking haphazard and allowing for only one car to squeeze by just because of the way the streets are laid out. So that needs to be considered somehow in this case. So, you know, the city attorney spoke about constraints, and I think that this is a constraint that we have to deal with, is the actual physical reality of where these STRs are going and how they're realistically, where are they going to go in the real world, not just on a paper world. So I don't want to belabor a lot of the other points. They were all excellent. I do think the 60% limit should be seriously considered, or 60-day limit, I'm sorry. And
Leo, can you finish up? That your time's up.
Yeah. Okay, I don't see a light, so thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And no one else on the phone?
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, seeing no one, we're going to bring it back to council for deliberation and close the public comment. Who wants to start?
Are you starting?
If I may, just because the small thing I wanted to get out of the way, and I was just reminded. And it's regarding the primary residence requirement. I know that as I was reading through the primary residence requirement, it struck me that one, if not two of them, were kind of, didn't strike me as being particularly, like the utility bill, for example. It occurred to me a utility bill doesn't necessarily prove residency. It proves that the owner of the property is paying the utility bill. So I thought the two solutions were either make it 3 of these or maybe make more stringent criteria. So 3 instead of 2 of what's listed was what I was thinking.
I agree about the utility bills. I'd like to strike that too. One of the letters we got showed what the school district requires, and one of the things they say is a driver's license with a current address, and then 2 of those things. So that could be the third thing.
So if I may, Mayor Vaterla?
Yes.
So the primary residency requirements, I mean, that's something that we can, what types of evidence is submitted to prove primary residency is something that can be worked out in the draft of the ordinance. We already have council's direction on that topic. And so those examples for evidence that can be used to show primary residence are just examples, they weren't meant to be an exclusive list. So I hear what's being said is that some types of evidence may not be as valuable as others, but that would be worked out in the draft of the ordinance. So it may be better for council to focus on the topics that staff has requested direction on, and then we can circle back to these other sort of outside issues that we've already gotten direction on, but council may want to add a couple other sort of notes or comments.
So that's why I prefaced it with wanting to get it out of the way so that we could get on to what I think we're mainly here for. And because it was brought up a couple of times, I do want to thank the city manager for clarifying that it's 2 strikes, and whether or not we want to work from there is another matter, but thank you for the clarification.
Okay, Mary?
I need a second.
Okay, Christine?
Well, I was just thinking we could go down the line in the staff report.
It's the 4 items.
Maybe, Mike, can you put it up on the screen, or can somebody put it up on the screen?
And on packet page 5, there's a list that's more than the 4 items. There's policy considerations, and then regulatory compliance, and then streamlining.
Really, the purpose of this meeting was to talk about the 4 items that were submitted to the Coastal Commission.
Okay, well, we can start with there and then go back to some of these if we want to. That's fine. So off-street parking, I think I'm in agreement with the Coastal Commission in that we shouldn't be making an exception for substandard lots.
Yeah, I think I spoke to that at the original meeting. I was, we have a history of allowing variance for substandard lots because we want people to live there, and they are substandard, and because of a long Pacifica history of allowing those lots, and now we have to make them work. But at that meeting, I suggested that while that's fine if someone's actually living there, I'm opposed to it in terms of STRs. That's where I'm at with that.
I concur.
What?
I just was saying I concur.
Yeah, I do too.
So the question I have is whether, so if someone applies, so they're supposed to have a certain number of parking spaces per bedroom. If they have 3 bedrooms but 1 parking space, are they allowed to apply and just rent 1 bedroom? Or are they not allowed to have a permit at all? Or does that become too hard to, verify compliance?
I think that becomes too hard to verify compliance. I think that we are looking at a program that is complex, that may become easily unwieldy, and I don't know what our staffing is going to look like in the future, but I'm acutely aware of what our staffing looks like now. To the Coastal Commission's input of 1 parking space per bedroom, my question is that go beyond what our code says if we eliminate the variance language. And so there's a discussion. I'm totally comfortable eliminating the variance language, period. Frankly, I could go along with the Coastal Commission, but I've also been fairly outspoken in terms of my desire to limit STRs in general, so.
Yeah.
I originally proposed 2 per house. That's it. Because I just think that 1 per bedroom is a lot. So I thought it should be less, 2 per house, not 1 per bedroom. I know people, I've said it before, people can cheat about that too. You can go to the airport and get a 16-person van, and that takes care of 1 of your vehicles.
Assuming it can fit on the
On the spot to park.
on the property where it's designated parking.
But I obviously wasn't in, no one else thought 2 parking spots.
Well, I remember that we
parking-
got into this conversation about variances. And so I think part of what tonight's goal is to think about getting this thing resolved and submitted so that it can be approved. And if Coastal Commission's feeling strongly about 1 per bedroom, I suppose what I'm hearing you say is, well, they would then like it even more if it was more restrictive. And I'm hearing you say, if it's more restrictive, then maybe STRs are less plentiful. So those are thoughts that I'm sharing, and now I'm going to yield the floor to Mary.
Yeah, no, I agree with the Coastal Commission's thoughts around this. I agree with what they mean. That's it. That's all I got to say on that matter.
Is that a
Okay.
consensus of 4 I heard?
Consensus of,
So
yeah.
California Coastal Commission, recommendation of 1 per bedroom.
Per
Okay.
STR bedroom is what it said.
Per STR bedroom.
Yeah.
So if you're only renting out 2 bedrooms,
Good question. So does this apply to hosted STRs?
It said at least one space available for hosted
Hosted
rentals.
Right, so you mean the council-directed provisions? Or, I'm sorry,
Well, right now, we have a consensus to go with the Coastal Commission recommendation, so I'm just getting clarity if the Coastal Commission recommendation has something to do with hosted STRs, because then I need to stretch my brain a little bit more and think about it.
according to the staff report, it says they recommended a provision requiring 1 parking space per STR bedroom as a requirement that would be more likely to be supported by the LCP amendment approval. So to answer your question, if it's a hosted unit that has 2 bedrooms, they would only need to have 1 parking space for the STR bedroom, so 1 parking space.
So I'm wondering about a circumstance in which 2 of the rooms are being rented out as hosted STRs, and 3 bedrooms, you got the owner, and then you have 2 different bedrooms that are being rented out as STRs.
Right, so I think if they're renting 2 bedrooms are being used as STRs, they would have to have 2 parking spaces, according to this recommendation.
So
So not differentiating between hosted and unhosted, focusing on the bedrooms.
But that would be, so you have to have 1 room for the host, right?
Right.
So whatever bedrooms are being used for the STR, that would be the requirement,
Yeah,
whether it's hosted or not.
Right.
yeah.
Right. I'm very comfortable with language that aligns with our code minus the variance. I think that given that the language also applies to hosted, I am becoming more uncomfortable with that. I feel like the direction we have given is that for unhosted STRs, we're trying to tamp down on it, whereas for hosted STRs, it's not necessarily something we're trying to rein in as robustly.
But it's still about parking.
Right.
It's still about parking spaces in our neighborhood. It's still about the lack of parking in our neighborhood.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm comfortable.
Okay. Can I talk about the multifamily properties?
Yeah.
Are we
Can
done?
I would
Well-
just like to add, no, I'm fine
Do
with,
we want to go down the list?
I want to ask for a definition of a legal bedroom somewhere in the
Oh,
ordinance.
yeah.
Please. So just for that to be added, because, yeah, it impacts a lot of different things. It's on the application. I mean, I know people that have rented bedrooms in their garages or, bedrooms that don't have insulation or whatever, or that have heater, a heater in there that's illegal.
So is the phrase legally permitted or something like that? I mean, or I
Or
don't know.
legal per building code.
Yeah.
Just leave it at that.
Are you talking today's building code or the building code when the building was built?
Okay, you're right.
Oh, yeah,
Because of the
that's why we
window
get into
issue.
the
Because
variances.
we have bedrooms in.
Okay, well, we can say
Pacifica.
legally permitted bedroom, so then that would cover previous
Oh,
codes.
okay.
How about that?
And by permitted, you mean the STR permit, right?
No.
A
No.
bedroom in a house that's being used as an STR, just to confirm what is a legal bedroom. Have a definition in our ordinance. The building code defines a certain minimum size, it defines that it needs to be heated, some of those
I don't know
basic-
that it defines what a bedroom is.
Does,
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't know, so we would need to
yeah,
confirm
a
that.
legal room, yeah.
A legal room is different than a bedroom.
I know.
So does it
specifically
say
a
bedroom and define bedroom?
We don't need to say exactly what it is right here, I'm just asking if you
Yeah,
can
okay,
prepare it.
I understand.
Okay.
And so, to be clear, we have a consensus on going with the Coastal Commission's recommendation of one parking space per STR bedroom. And I've got the direction on defining what a legally permitted bedroom is. But I just want to be clear that this would be different than the city's parking standards in the zoning code. But it's within the council's discretion to do something different, to define the parking requirements different for STR permits. But I just want to raise that issue so that we're all on the same page, that it is different than the city's parking standards in the zoning code.
Understand.
So that's what you were
That's what-
wrestling with, Tiger.
Yes, Councilmember Big Stick was alluding to. So just
Councilmember
wanted to
Big
clarify. Okay, so that's it, and I think we could probably move on to the next.
Did we get clarity on hosted requirement? Is it going to be the same?
Same.
Yes. We
Yes,
said same. No differentiation,
Okay, so no differentiation.
even though last time we did say differentiation.
Right.
It's based on the feedback from the Coastal Commission. And as I stated before, we're going to have to pick our battles on the things that we want to say, yeah, well, thanks for the input, and here's how we think it should be. If this is a big one, and we know parking is for the Coastal Commission, I think complying with what they've suggested is a sensible strategy.
Okay, so we're done with parking. Ooh. The next item is density.
Mary wanted to go to multifamily.
Multifamily.
Okay, not on this list.
Thank you, Tiger.
Okay, multifamily.
Yeah, I'd like to start with this one. just
Okay.
Because I've felt so passionately about this topic from the very beginning. And you can see on the maps, which isn't even showing everything, that there's whole buildings with all of the units that are being rented. Buildings that I have rented, like units that I have rented in the past. That it's not easy to live in the city. It is not
That
easy.
you could afford to rent
Yes.
and live in and raise your daughter.
Yes.
And now they are not.
Period.
available.
And if I had to move right now, right? So I don't think there should be any STRs in multifamily properties. And I'll hold strong with that one because it just doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm really happy to see that the Coastal Commission feels the same way.
I like the 10%. It really means that one in any building, because how many buildings do we have with more than 20? Well, we do have them.
A few.
But not very many. So mostly it means between 1 and 19 units, there's one STR allowed. One, so.
And what, do you have a thought on within the, because Mary's really clear on multifamily is the dividing line. Why including them in multifamily is, like, what is it an equity issue around the type of building, the configuration? What's that word I just learned today? The built form. Is that the word? Yes. The built form? Is it the built form that you
And I think we have to remember that we also have this primary residency requirement, right? So it's not like
you have
most
to live
wealthy
in your-
owners aren't living in their 10-unit buildings, right?
Well, they're not necessarily wealthy owners.
Okay, right.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Very specifically for that reason, because one of the recommendations is one per multifamily residential. I'm not comfortable with the 10%. I'm more comfortable with the one.
One. And one on any piece of property, because any legal property makes it one anytime.
Even if it's just two.
Yeah.
like a duplex?
Yeah. And
Well,
so,
that's what the 10% would be also.
Mary?
I implore you to think about what it would be like to go out in Pacifica and try to rent a space. And you go up to the property, and, oh, one of them is actually an STR. That is not keeping the naturally affordable units.
Kind of feels like a smack to the face.
Yeah. Yes, it does. And so, fine, then I'll move where? Daly
I
City?
mean, as someone who's lived here over 4 decades and
Yeah.
could not afford to buy a house here,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you.
Thank you. And respectfully, Mayor, but you already know that.
So I'm going to reiterate what I said about the parking one, because this one, I think I've certainly witnessed, I've sat in the room with Councilmember Big Stick at Coastal Commission meetings when the issue of affordable housing has come up in various forms and fashions, and in specific regard to short-term rentals, the meeting in Half Moon Bay last year that we attended. So therefore, my takeaway from that experience is this matters to the commission. I heard commissioners say, and I think it was the aha moment that they had, because just like I will say, for myself, going into this short-term rental ordinance process, you have certain expectations or assumptions that inform what's happening. It was clear for many years that the Coastal Commission liked STRs, short-term rentals, and it was a consideration because their view was it provided more affordable accommodations, underscore affordable, to more people to enjoy the coast. But the assumption was it was affordable. That was valuable to them. And then they found out, oh, a lot of times, many times, it's not affordable at all. And the counter impact of reducing affordable housing. So having heard from their public on multiple occasions, I think this is another one that the likelihood of getting this approved is strengthened by agreeing with this point. I just wonder if there's a counter argument that I'm not thinking of.
Well, I heard something that I didn't think about. I mean, was the owner occupancy. How many owner occupants are occupying their 4-unit building? Probably not many. But, and my point is usually personal property rights too.
Right.
That take into consideration. That's, I mean, yeah, that's a hard one.
It is. But I think with our goals for creating more housing in our city, and not just our goals, but the requirements from our RENA allocation, seems a bit counterintuitive to be wanting to create housing and taking away housing at the same time.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think
But it won't
you stated that, Mary, a few meetings ago.
I did.
It won't contribute to our.
No, we don't get to count those. Oh, maybe we do. I don't know.
But no.
If we take a former, okay.
No.
I can see this side of the room.
No, but
is
it'll
saying,
contribute
yeah,
to
nice
someone
idea,
who
no.
would like to come to our city and live here and put their child in our schools and shop at our stores.
And the truth is, they are smaller units. They're more
Therefore,
affordable.
naturally,
And,
naturally.
and what we're learning now in terms of the construction, market is, that's very hard to build, right? And so this isn't really a time to be losing those units. So I'm okay with the CCC recommendation.
That was exactly a conversation we had at the HART meeting on Wednesday. It was how extremely hard it is to build.
Just as a side note, mentioning HART, has this issue come up in your meetings at all?
No, not STRs. Not yet. I mean,
Well, is there consensus again? Yes.
I think there is.
Okay.
So before we move on, I'm hearing a majority of the council wants to go with the Coastal Commission recommendation of prohibiting short-term rentals in multifamily properties. But I want to be clear on what the council means by multifamily properties and whether or not that includes condominiums, because we've gotten a little bit of differing opinions on that. So just for some information, the zoning code does define dwelling, multiple dwelling shall mean a building or portion thereof used and designed as a residence for 3 or more families living independently of each other and doing their own cooking in such a building, including apartment houses, apartment hotels, and flats, but not including automobile courts, motels, hotels, or boarding houses. So that's just for context. The council, again, can use whatever definitions in the short-term rental ordinance that it wants.
Thank you.
But I just want us to be clear about what the council wants, how it wants to define multifamily dwelling units, whether it's more than 2 units, more than 3 units, and whether or not condominiums should be included or excluded.
so I again, don't think it's a good idea to have a duplex and not allow it to be affordable rent, affordable place to live. So I would cover the 2-unit. I don't know how I feel about condominiums because I don't really, I lived in one, but I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Well, we've heard a couple different things about whether that's multifamily housing or not in the
Yeah.
building code and our standards, and I would look to our staff in planning to help us with that, just the definition, if there is one within condominium.
We're talking about unhosted specifically, and I'm sorry to keep beating that horse, but I want to make sure we're clear on that front also. We're just talking about unhosted, or are we talking about hosted also?
That's a good question, because someone,
One living in there.
might want to rent a room to help them pay the rent.
Right.
Because in that instance, I actually am comfortable with somebody who lives in the unit hosting out their second bedroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
That I'm fine with.
Yes.
So that's a distinction that we didn't give you before.
I'm sorry, I was.
So the none in multifamily is related to hosted.
Unhosted.
Is related to unhosted, not hosted. So if someone is living there and wants to rent a bedroom in a place where they are, that would be okay.
in a multifamily
What
dwelling.
if they live in one, if they have a 4-unit building, they live in one, and they want to rent out 1 unit? Because they're.
That's different.
But
That's
they're
living-
still owner occupying.
Well, not if they're not in that unit.
That's not hosted at
That wasn't specific.
Well, City Attorney, do we need to address the definition of hosted in such a scenario where for unit building, owner occupied in one of the units, I would think hosted would mean that the unit that the owner is occupying would be the unit that could house a hosted STR, and the other 3 units could not. And
Yeah.
is my understanding automatically correct, or do we need to define that carefully?
Right, so you're saying hosted, the definition of hosted short-term rental, which we can again draft in whatever ordinance is prepared, is a resident who is the operator and is acting as a host and is in the unit itself that is being rented as the short-term rental. So in your example where you have an apartment with 4 units, a host would have to live in the unit that is being rented as the short-term rental in order for it to be a hosted rental. Does that make sense to everybody?
And they have to be there during the rental.
Hosted.
Correct,
Yeah.
right.
Right.
So it sounds like the council is, a majority of the council supports a prohibition on multifamily short-term rentals for unhosted rentals. Is that correct? And then in terms of the units, I heard one council member say multifamily is anything above a single-family residence.
Exactly.
Is there any other
That's
support for that?
multifamily.
Right, thus the multiple family. Is there any other council members that support that definition or that interpretation?
I don't, but everyone else will.
I don't know why, and I was discussing this with the city manager yesterday. I don't know why I have this thing about duplexes in a way that it makes me think of it differently, and I don't know why. And so I imagine is someone who owns the duplex and lives in one half, and then would be either renting out the other half as
Rental.
a rental, or operating it as a short-term rental for, I guess I was thinking about times like with family visiting or things like that, so they can turn it on or turn it off when they want to. And I don't know why, when it's a duplex, I feel that way, and I don't feel that way when it's a triplex or above. So I'm not asking you to tell me why I feel that way, but I'm just saying when that difference between 2 and 3, I'm kind of like when city attorney said 3, I went, oh, okay, that someone else thought this through, and that's why they said 3 and above. So, I'm trying to think about our built environment in Pacifica, not the build form of the building so much as how many duplexes do we have? What is the character of the people in general? You know, what can we say? I mean, it's just making it up. It's a generalization. We haven't done data collection on it. But I remember previous councils talking about mom and pops with regard to apartments. And I think about duplexes that way. And so, anyway, it's not a conclusion, it's just my wonder about the nature of a duplex.
Yes.
If I may, Mayor Vaterlos, to address Mayor Pro Tem Beckmeyer's comment, there is a middle ground, and Half Moon Bay's ordinance, I'm looking at it, does have sort of different tiers, if you will, you know, for single-family and residential condominium dwelling unit, one short-term vacation rental may operate as an accessory use to single-family unit or residential condominium dwelling unit. For duplexes and triplexes, Short-term vacation rentals may operate under limited conditions, which requires at least one unit within the duplex or triplex as the primary residence of the property owner, and no more than one unit in a duplex or triplex may be registered and operated for short-term vacation rental use. They also have mixed-use development restrictions, but they ultimately prohibit short-term vacation rentals in multifamily developments with 4 or more units. So the council can certainly craft something like that that has different tiers to allow short-term rentals in duplexes or triplexes if that's the desire of the council.
I like it.
I'm torn, and there's a lot in my neighborhood, and the people that I know that live in them live in a half of a duplex because that's what they can afford.
Yeah.
And it's so, in other words, it's not that they own the building and live in half of it, it's that someone else owns the building and they rent from that person.
Yes.
See, that's what I was saying before about the nature of the, and characterization, if we could think of it that way, because there aren't a lot of, well, you're going to tell me different. You go, oh, no, there are, Sue, don't you know? No, I don't. To my knowledge, there's not a lot.
Bradford.
Yep.
In my, I'm saying in Lindemar. In my.
Oh, not very many. There's some in Valamar.
Yep.
In the front of Valamar, there's Lewis Lane and Norfolk.
Yeah.
Are a lot of duplexes.
So I appreciate that insight.
And I still feel the same way as I always did,
Okay.
so I'm not going to change my mind about that. But you might.
And it sounds like you are where? What does it sound
Yeah,
like? you are?
I mean, I think it's easier to be consistent.
I do
right?
too,
And there's still,
0%.
there's still affordable units that are more affordable than a single-family home, right? So,
Yeah, I kind of had a similar consideration where I could envision somebody buying a duplex and then trying to make it work with the other half, but I don't know that I can follow that very far. I'm going to wind up erring on the side of Mary. Because my bottom line is, if you just bought it without being able to afford it, you know, and if you've had it for a while, then you probably don't need to short-term rental it. And if there's a middle ground somewhere, I'm sorry, rent it out at market rate and try and get there through your investment. But you know,
I see it as a way for people to get into the housing market that wouldn't normally be able to do it because they can live in one and rent the other. And like Sue said, you know, I had a short-term rental, and the reason it was a short-term rental is because I wanted to go there sometimes. And it was open for me to go there when I wanted to go there. And so I could see it in the duplex too.
I struggle between the mentality of trying to get into the housing market and trying to afford a place to live. And
Well,
that's
you still
where
have to afford it. You can't move in if you can't afford it.
Sure, but one version, you know, there's a certain mindset where you're, you know, using the system to attain the aim. There's another mindset of, I need a place to live and I'd like to be able to afford one. And, you know, I come down on the side of, I need a place to live and I'd like to be able to afford one, because I understand that mindset, frankly, quite well. And that's why I would err on that side of those whom are interested in having a place to live rather than those whom are interested in working with a system that would make it more than merely, I'd like shelter, please.
and there's no stopping someone from buying half of a duplex who's struggling to pay the rent and renting a bedroom, or, you know, either long-term or short-term rental, or
Well, I
building
mean,
an
that
ADU
is-
in the garage, you know, to get more income that they could have a full-time rental.
But your point about being able to make it an affordable purchase, it's just possible for them to get into a housing environment, a purchase environment, when there's this rental opportunity. That can be, as Tiger said,
Market rate.
You're renting it. It's market rate. You're collecting that rent
Right.
and using that toward your payment. Okay, I'm fine with 2. And up.
Okay, so, so it sounds like majority support unhosted multifamily prohibitions, and the multifamily definition would be 2 or more units.
And I think we haven't talked about condos yet, which is the
Oh,
difference.
and we will.
Okay. And maybe now's the time if we're going to move on.
Okay.
Is anybody familiar with that Weird Al song? Gonna buy me a condo. Gonna buy me a cruiser.
I'm looking at the county record right now for a property at 1424 Terra Nova, which is in the Terra Nova townhomes. And there's 2 use codes in here. One is CoreLogic, that's a company that does, and it says SFR. The land use with the county says single family. And like I said, if I gave you a copy of the preliminary title report on that property, it would say a single family dwelling.
If you feel.
Clear, single family dwelling,
Not a multi.
not a multi-unit.
So, I mean, so if that's the case, then it's a primary residency requirement. You can only rent it 90 days and only if you live there.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that.
Okay. But if we start talking about limiting, because in a building, in Terra Nova, say there's 8 units in that building, each individually owned by individual owners. So if one person has a short-term rental, say in that whole block, as an owner occupant, then if you start to go to the restrictions on density, then they're out, even though they're all individual owners, which isn't the same as a multifamily where one owner owns all 4 units or 8 units or 20 or 2.
Thank you.
So,
Well, we haven't gotten to the density, so maybe we can put a pin
okay,
in that.
but
just in,
But
yeah.
in general, it's not a multi-unit because if it's called a multi-unit, you're eliminating them altogether.
Yeah, and if it's a unit owned by a person, it becomes a hosted STR. And again, that's what we're really talking about here is unhosted. So in the case of condos, it's de facto hosted STR.
And even when we had studied any kind of like rent control, rent stabilization, it didn't include condos. And in the discussions that we had, that's what I learned. It never included condos.
It never included
No.
them. But yeah, they're not multifamily buildings.
So I think we're in agreement.
Okay.
What I'd like to point out again, though, and I thought we talked about this the last time, and I'm not sure if consensus was gathered, but we talked about putting a question on the application because a lot of condos are in an HOA. So are you in an HOA? You know, have you gotten approval? Knowing that we can't enforce that, but it's a question on there that might control some of them.
Well, our rules take precedence over HOA rules, correct?
Right, so the city enforces its own code, its own ordinances. The HOA would enforce whatever CC&Rs are developed for that condominium association, whatever the homeowners association has developed in terms of rules, policies, regulations. The city doesn't defer to those rules or regulations of the homeowners association, if that's what you're asking. The city just enforces its own codes and regulations.
Well, like one of the HOAs in town decided there could be no ADUs.
Yes.
Which they can't do that.
Right.
Because
I mean,
that's a
state law
state
preempts
law.
that now, but
But doesn't the city's laws preempt the HOA?
Well, the city's ordinances, code regulations apply to the properties within the HOAs, and so our ordinances, I wouldn't say preempt, but like our ordinances apply regardless of what the the CCNRs say or the HOA says.
Okay.
And same for the state. The state develops laws, and they can decide if it's going to apply to HOAs the way they did for the ADUs, and that they preempt any type of agreements that condominium associations have with their owners.
Isn't this kind of the inverse of the conversation we're having, though? Because in an HOA, you own the unit, therefore, again, it's de facto hosted STR. It's to the HOA to say, we do not want STRs in our HOA. So that would be on top of what we're saying. That would be an addition.
And I haven't looked to see if they have any regulations in any of the HOA documents.
Oh, I've talked to 3 and they have them.
There you go.
But we're still granting permits for them.
Right,
Yeah.
and so I guess
That's
to
why your question
clarify,
makes sense.
Yeah.
so we can have an ordinance that says you can have an STR, you just need a permit, and somebody in a condominium homeowners association can come and get a permit. But if their CCNRs say, we don't have any, everybody agrees that there are no short-term rentals in our association, then that homeowner has to abide by those CCNRs, and they can be held accountable for violation of those CCNRs.
That, and if the question's on the application, then they just lied, and
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing from the council is that there's a desire amongst, I think, a majority, to exclude condominiums from the definition of multifamily dwellings. I'm seeing a majority nod their heads. And just to clarify, so the majority wanted to prohibit multifamily short-term rentals in unhosted, but to clarify and confirm that hosted short-term rentals in multifamily dwellings of more than one unit are acceptable to the council. Yes. Majority, yes. I'm seeing 3 nods.
Owner occupied.
Right, but yes, owner-occupied hosted. Yes, okay. Okay.
Okay, now wait, 1 more second, hold on. I'm a little confused because I just read
Mike.
this application form.
Yeah.
That probably isn't the application form anyway, but it says, and of course, that's under our current ordinance.
So they're going to exclude.
It says, sorry, I read it a little while ago.
There's one
Now-
question, will the host be on site during the short-term rental activity?
Maybe it's on the
front.
back.
That's on the front.
Oh, God, maybe I made it up.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to clarify regarding
How is the property being used?
unhosted STRs in condominiums. Where is the council on that?
Is the applicant?
Well, they're allowed in single-family dwellings.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's the primary residency requirement, so.
With the other things that apply, but,
Oh, here it is.
okay.
Is the applicant the owner of the property? If no, attach written consent of the landlord or her agent, their agent authorizing approval of the short-term rental operations with the owner's signature. Where are we going with that piece? If that's in our current one, is it, that's why I went, wait.
No, that was one of my questions about, I have a few questions about the application, but we specifically said, and the draft that we got of the application the last time is, it's not anybody who can apply, it's the owner who can apply. So it wasn't done that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Moving on?
Okay, moving on. Okay, we finished multifamily.
So there's no interest in having an HOA question on here, even though we can't enforce it? Just want to confirm.
I did have interest.
So the thinking is it the trap for getting a lie out of them? Is that the idea?
No, it's just hoping that people see the application and see that they have to get permission. Because it's hard for the small, I mean, there's some large condo associations, but then there are some really small ones. And this is what happened with Pacific View Villas. They've had two, you know, and they're like, screw you, sue us. And they don't have any money to sue, right? And so the thought is we're encouraging people to do the right thing, even though we can't enforce it.
I don't mind if there's a question on there asking that.
I don't either.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Can I just check for a second? I thought on that full page 2 on the application, is there not a question about HOAs on that are already there?
No.
Okay.
No. Again, I didn't see it. Oh.
No. Very small writing on this
In
one.
this little tiny writing one?
Teeny tiny
Oh,
writing.
Lord. This is short-term rental, carbon monoxide.
It's not there.
No.
No.
We'll make that notation.
Thank you.
Next is density.
Oh, boy.
This is a big one.
Is there an easier one after that?
Want to do the easier one first?
Get it out of the way.
Okay, we'll do the easier one first. What's the last one?
What is it easy?
Rental duration.
Oh.
Yeah, that's easier.
Easy.
That's much easier.
Okay, tell me why it's easy.
Because it's either yes or no.
Wait, no, there is another. We could say 2 nights in hosted and no minimum, 2 nights in unhosted and no minimum in hosted. So if someone's just renting a bedroom, it could just be for 1 night. But if someone's renting a whole place, it would be 2 nights. And granted, that's not what the Coastal Commission is suggesting.
That's why I just said, is it going to be easy?
Yeah. I just know
Nothing's easy.
from a person who rents short-term rentals quite often, like I never stay for less than 1 night because there's all the Airbnb fees and all the cleaning fees, and it gets to be super expensive to stay just 1 night.
I appreciate you differentiating hosted from unhosted out the gate, because that makes it immediately easier for me, and I agree with you in terms of hosted.
Uh-huh.
Hosted can be 1, unhosted is a minimum of 2. Is this what I heard you just say?
If we want to fight the Coastal Commission, or we can leave it at 1, knowing that there's a disincentive financially for people to just rent 1 night. But, the reason we did it is because it's so much disruption for the people who have them right next to them all the time, where you have new people coming in, right?
Well, and people can do 1 night and have a party.
Yeah.
Right.
And
And leave.
if
yeah.
they have 2 nights, then it makes them bound to doing the right thing.
Yeah, maybe the Coastal
Does it?
Commission needs to hear that, because that is the problem that one of the biggest problems we've been having, right, is the disruption from the
Why are
parties.
you laughing?
What?
Why are you laughing?
Are you like?
Come on.
If you do it out loud, then we want to hear the joke.
Are you saying that they didn't hear that, or they did hear that, or what? Please, Kevin.
The
and
city
Denise,
manager is
share with the rest
getting
of the class.
punchy.
Please share with the rest of the class.
So I'm hearing a majority want to distinguish between hosted and unhosted and allow for a minimum 1 night stay for hosted and a minimum 1 night stay for unhosted of 2 nights, correct?
I'm not sure we've
So
decided, but.
for the hosted, the minimum of 1 night stay is fine with me. I'm actually curious what council member, or Mayor Pro Tem's Beckmeyer's opinion is of the considerations for coastal specifically on this one, because this is a very coastal specific calculus. And I'm curious what the calculations look like if you're renting an unhosted STR on the coast. Is it going to be low income serving amenity, providing coastal access? And if one night, frankly, isn't low-cost serving to begin with, then doesn't much matter whether or not we're saying 1 night or 2 nights, or is there a version of this where 1 night really is considered low-income serving, which I'm skeptical of knowing our area.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But yet, relative to Malibu, our area is super cheap. So it's all relative. The thing that just crossed my mind, and I was like, my eyes got a little bigger when I thought of it, is there a world where there would be some interest on the part of the Coastal Commission to reach in and require there be specific rates
Oh, my God.
for low income to make more accessibility? Because we are seeing that happening with the hotels, that they're being brought forward and approved in the coastal zone.
For new hotels?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I just kind of went, whoa.
I mean, I feel like I
just thought of that.
I feel like I asked a question at the last meeting as to whether or not we can dictate what, if there's a price cap or what prices they could, and now we're talking about what sounds to me like the makings of a tiered system, and it's sounding pretty complex out the gate for a premise that I'm pretty sure is based on we can't really even tell people how much they're renting it out for to begin with.
For sure.
City Attorney, am I remembering that
disagree
right
with you.
from the
I'm
last
just
meeting?
opining and wondering, where could this go?
I feel like if we can't tell people how much they can charge, I'm guessing Coastal Commission can't tell people how much they can charge?
Maybe they think they can.
Yeah, one thing that makes me think, because you said the parameters around hotel rates relates to mostly new hotel development, which has to go through a permitting and negotiation process with the Coastal Commission, and that's where that comes from. STR regulations wouldn't go through that. You know, I think, you know, it's a good question. We could kind of pin it and see. I don't,
I'm not
haven't heard of
suggesting
Coastal Commission going in that direction.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that you give them the idea. I'm just saying, is it, you know, I guess what I'm really asking is, did this come up in staff's work with Coastal Commission staff on this? Other than
And yeah.
the affordability piece?
And then are you talking about rent control? Because they're renting the property for 1 night.
Right.
And we have, as a city, passed a no rent control ordinance.
Say what?
I can clarify, Mayor, for the
Doesn't sound right.
For the record, I can clarify that setting rates was not discussed with the Coastal Commission in terms of a potential provision. We only discussed the provisions that were directed previously by council. So but the affordability piece was more the basis for their concern regarding the 2-night stay.
Madam Mayor, we certainly did not vote for rent control, but what no rent control ordinance are you speaking of?
I think we're getting off the topic.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do the agenda.
All right.
Okay.
Let's come on back.
Sorry, I'm
Can I ask a question? Sorry.
Go.
Do it.
I'm just curious of what will make our community safer. And maybe that's a way to approach the Coastal Commission.
No, I don't think that was through. I don't believe I saw 2. Did I? Yeah.
3.
So,
I was just going to say to your Malibu point, I mean, you're right, compared to Malibu, we're far less expensive, but compared to what low income could mean, certainly in our area, a worker at Safeway would not be able to afford a one-night stay and consider it low-income serving. So I think that given the nature of our SDRs, probably not necessarily lowering to the point of low-income serving, it's in those terms I might be willing to push back a little on coastal and stick to the 2-night. But again, now I'm just kind of feel like I'm gambling with a premise.
2-night for unhosted.
For
2 nights
unhosted, yes.
I think we are
Yes.
gambling, but
But they can always tell us that's not acceptable, and then it comes back, right? I mean, it's not like it would throw out the whole ordinance. That's a minor.
one would hope not. They could approve with conditions.
2 nights unhosted. So if we add in that hosted, that's,
Yeah, that hosted is.
give them a little
one
bit.
night. Mm-hmm.
Give a
So-
little bit to them.
To city manager or whomever, to staff, if we were to stick with the 2-night minimum for unhosted, would we still need to, or is it still recommended we define event to more specifically target?
Yeah, I think they want
Yes.
that anyway.
Yes, we need to define events.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the other, if there's consensus, and it sounded like, so, but I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead.
Yes.
Then we should move to that part.
Yeah.
So events, define events.
I'm sorry, where did you land on the 2 nights
2
versus
nights.
1 night?
And 1 night
2 nights.
for
Unhosted.
2 nights.
1 night for hosted.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we didn't.
And we'll have to work on the presentation.
So do any
Okay.
other cities have definitions of events that we can take from?
Well, I mean, if we start listing them and say these events, but not limited to,
Well, we've
Parties.
also defined how many people can visit, right? So,
And it goes to noise too.
Good
that's
neighbor,
another
is this in the
conversation.
category of good neighbor policies? Basically?
when I thought one of our ordinances said no parties, or, so, specifically. Somewhere I read that.
Are we talking about definition of events?
Yes.
Right. I believe yesterday in our meeting, we talked about a definition, maybe it was Half Moon Bays.
Special events?
The special events from Half Moon Bay ordinance, yeah.
Can
Can
you
one?
read
Sure.
that to us?
So, Madam Mayor, if I may.
yes.
So there is a definition in the Half Moon Bay ordinance that describes special events as follows. Short-term vacation rentals shall not be concurrently used for any commercial purpose such as corporate, retreat, or conference, or any event that is likely to result in violation of traffic, parking noise, or other standard regulating the residential use and character of the neighborhood. Such events include most weddings, concerts, and parties. Home occupations conducted by the primary resident compliant with subsection F of this section are allowed, provided that parking and all other requirements for both the short-term vacation rental and the home occupation are met. So I guess that's not really a definition so much as the regulation for special events.
Well, it does go into some detail.
Yeah. But they don't have a definition of special events, so that would be just their regulation of special events, which I think is applicable to the discussion we're having now.
Didn't mention like classes. I don't know if that's.
I think it said
something
no
that's-
commercial things.
Yeah, so it says,
But what if
shall not be concurrently used for any commercial purpose, such as corporate retreat or conference.
So tell me what you're thinking.
Oh, I don't know.
When you said classes, what do you?
Somebody wants to teach a yoga class or something, and whatever, 20 people come.
In a short-term rental.
Oh, well, I don't know. I mean,
There's someone.
sometimes they gather, and then they might go to the
Put it in
beach.
a
or-
house.
Uh-huh.
right, isn't it?
Oh,
A
yeah, it is
business
a
in a
house,
house
yeah.
with a home occupation.
Right.
Home occupation
Oh,
permit.
yeah, you're right. Boom, boom.
But we've also limited the number of people that can visit during the day, right? So, and just to remind everybody, it was half the number that are allowed to stay there, except we haven't limited children. So can we make it half the number of adults who are allowed to stay there?
You know, we got some public comment, and at first I thought it was a bit tongue-in-cheek, but now I think about it. The number of children, well, if you're thinking of a soccer tournament, and the whole team is going to stay there, and kids, you know, bring your sleeping bag, you're sleeping in the living room, you're sleeping on the floor, you're sleeping here, there, and everywhere. So I know we spent a lot of time on that children, no, yes, no, on number of children, but that example, I stopped, and that stopped me, because we do have sports, there's been an interest in bringing more sports activities like that. We are seeing it increasing with the the softball. So that did occur to me.
Maybe we need an embassy suites, because that was always where we
Right.
we went.
Yeah, then there's a pool.
Took 10 people to Embassy Suite.
And the existing direction from council is that, so soccer tournament that serves under 12 would work in that situation, but that's, age 12 is the cutoff point, so.
As many children as you want under the age of 12 is what it says?
The provision is a maximum of 2 occupants per bedroom. The max doesn't apply to children under the age of 12. That's the existing council direction.
Or flipping it the way I just said it, you can have as many kids as you want as long as they're under the age of 12.
No, I had issues with that before.
That's
I know
right.
you did. Am I correct? I mean, in its broadest interpretation, we've had public comment that there's loopholes and they're going to find them, right? I mean, okay, what is worse for our community? Back to Mary's question. Is bringing sporting events, tournaments, I don't know, you stayed at Embassy Suites, how was it, the noise level when you had 10 softball games in the hotel room?
It was absolutely crazy. They were running around everywhere.
We did that too.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Wow, when we went on our band events, we had our kids completely buttoned down and under control. Just letting you know.
That's because Mike O'Neill was probably there.
They were over the age of 12, though. Anyway, I'm getting silly. What should we do about this?
This is back to events, though. So we've limited the number of people. Are we still going to, leave?
Limited the number of
Can
people.
we limit the
in terms
number
of visitor?
under 12?
I know it's not on the agenda
What does Half Moon Bay's
tonight.
ordinance say?
Do you want me to read it?
I don't know, I'm just curious. No, about
You mean about
children.
the number of children?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either.
They regulate children.
Well, another aspect of this, though, and this is, currently an issue, is we have noise ordinances in other parts of our code. How do we tie what is in other parts of our code to this ordinance so that it is an infraction, it is tracked, if there's a write-up, something happens?
To strike?
It's a strike, I think, thank you, that's the language I'm looking for. So I'm turning to the city manager for, I know your head is already thinking, how am I going to track all that? How's staff going to keep track of all of those things?
Most of these things staff can't track. It's got to be done by the neighbors. It has to, because there's no way that staff can track any of these things. The nights, all of it.
Maybe the platform.
Maybe the platform.
platform. Yeah.
Platform accountability. It's
Yeah,
like,
but that
I
doesn't
believe
work
is
for
the
noise.
phrase.
Yeah.
No, but the noise
I'd already
is
learned that
too.
one. What do you think?
I think that, and I see our staff reaching for microphones, but I think that what this all really hinges on is that we have the tools to bust the bad actors. At the end of the day, I think that's what it comes down to. If somebody's hosting, 365 a year in some house, but we never hear about it, we're none the wiser. And I'm not saying that's a good thing and that I want it to happen. I'm saying that when it comes to quality of life issues, we have the tools to address them when they come up, as opposed to now where our tool set is limited compared to what we are putting in motion. And after that, the other consideration that I tend to gravitate toward is trying to save our housing stock, which again might boil down at the end of the day to, somebody has to be really obnoxious before we can bust them. But I think that's the benefit of this exercise. I don't know at the end of the day, if there are folks who, are doing it under the radar and it stays under the radar, or whether, where the difference is going to make there. I think that this targets ultimately quality of life, and that's, for me, a helpful way to frame it.
Okay, so
if there were 12 under 12 in the place with 6 adults, it's going to be loud and obnoxious, and the garbage is going to be overflowing, which is another problem.
And I think we directed to come back with noise monitor nomenclature and in general, again,
After the first strike?
tools by which when a house is obnoxious, if you want to put a limit on kids, I don't have a problem with that. I'll vote with consensus. But what I'm saying is it might be more to the point that it's going to be so gnarly to live next to that there's going to be enforcement mechanisms to take care of it irrespective of who's there.
Noise, yeah. I agree with that.
Okay, so we're going to leave it up to noise and not limit the children.
I'll go with consensus.
Yes?
are we anti-child?
No. Just noise. Not children. No problem with children. It's
And by the way, this house can always come back to council if it's not working the
Well,
way it's
and
supposed
it's
to
like
be.
number of people. You can't say unlimited children. You say the number of people, you can limit the number of people. Children are people too.
what it says.
Great.
12 and under, unlimited.
Does.
So, so we're just trying to confirm what the council could want. I think the understanding was that the occupancy limits wouldn't apply to the children. That was my understanding of the previous direction from the council. And then to answer an earlier question about Half Moon Bay, they just limit it to 2 persons per bedroom.
Thank you.
And a child is a person. Then.
There's no definition of person, but yeah, I mean.
I think that's fine. Do it like that.
2 persons per bedroom. And not address anything about people under a certain age. I remember Kevin brought up a thing about babies.
Babies.
He did. Do you remember?
Yeah, the council did discuss this. Also, if you add together some of the various restrictions that the council's directing, a 2-bedroom STR requires 2 off-street parking spaces. If you are a family of 4, then you have, with 2 kids that aren't driving to the STR, you only need 1 off-street parking space, but it's a 2-bedroom place, so you have to have that parking. I don't know, there's going to be loopholes and.
Well, or if you have 2 families of 4 that are staying in those 2 bedrooms, then you have the 2 cars, and that's more likely than, having a soccer team in your house every weekend.
True.
If I could just add to expand on City Manager Woodhouse's example, if you have a family of 4 with 2 young children, like a baby and say a 2-year-old, you could usually probably all squeeze into 1 bed in the apartment or unit that you're renting, but because they're 4, you'd have to rent a 2-bedroom two person per bedroom. So you're forcing that 4-person family to get a 2-bedroom short-term rental when
Can we limit the number of kids to the number of adults that
they
are
may not even need that.
To put another way, legislating to the extreme, I don't know is the best way to create
Yeah.
policy. And again, I think that if we're off the mark in terms of not legislating to the extreme, we can remedy that simply enough, or you can remedy that simply enough down the road. That's one that's easy to bring back when there's public outcry, because lo and behold, there's a soccer team that's occupying the house next door every weekend without fail. You call that up, you can amend it like that, and 30 days later, you're cool.
Well, plus 6 months to the coastal.
I would add also regarding kids and families is that this is likely to spin to the other restriction or the other Coastal Commission concern about affordability.
Right.
So if you have a family of 4 that's coming from, wherever, the only way they can
Central
afford.
Valley because it's hot and you want to come to
and the only way they
coast.
can afford an STR is to come with a friend, and rent a 2-bedroom place, but they would be not allowed to do that. So it could be an issue that Coastal Commission raises as concern related to affordability for families and environmental justice as part of that.
Bingo.
So about those parties.
So we just leave it alone, what we originally said? 2 per bedroom, children under 12 don't count, correct?
That's what we said.
I think that the issue of environmental justice is going to factor in here. They just spend a lot of time increasing the sea level rise adaptation guidance by having a whole chapter on social justice, environmental justice.
Okay, can we move on?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
So
getting
we
tired.
defined events, and we went over a number of people.
I like that event definition from Half Moon Bay very much.
Amen.
Sweet.
Does,
Limited to, but, I mean, it's a non-exclusive list. What's that phrase?
So,
Tired too.
and the details of event definition, we can draft that in the ordinance, and it's something that the
Yeah.
council can, and the planning, I don't know if
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
council will review that and at that time. We'll start with sort of the baseline of Half Moon Bay's definition.
Okay,
Oh, it's including but not limited to the following.
that's what you were thinking of.
That's what I was thinking,
Okay.
in case someone wants to add another one. Okay, the last item is density. Explore potential neighborhood density.
And if I could just kick off just to point out and put the density conversation in context. So with the multifamily restrictions that council has directed, that is probably about 40 to 50 STRs that will be immediately eliminated from the, not immediately, but when it goes into effect, that would no longer comply and be able to participate in the program. A lot of those, and one of the concerns we heard from Coastal Commission staff is where are these impacts occurring? Where is the limitation to visitor serving options occurring? A lot of those multifamily ones, like we saw and know, are in West Sharp Park. So immediately the baseline of density is going to change based on multifamily. Additionally, in West Sharp Park, with the parking restrictions, the baseline is going to change even more. There are going to be a lot of the STRs in West Sharp Park that will not comply with the parking requirement automatically. So that whole baseline changes. And so as the council thinks about this and talks about density, think about how when we present estimates about the final numbers to coastal staff in highly desired coastal visitation areas, that's a question and a viewpoint that they're going to ask.
Okay, and how do we regulate, and how do we decide if 4 people apply on one day and they're all in the same neighborhood? Who gets preference? Who wins that?
There are 2 coastal cities that have done that were in the public comments. And they're not in they're north of here, and I've got it written down somewhere. But what they do is they do a lottery. So, it's not a matter of when you apply, it's all the buckets together. And only if there is conflict, right? So if there's not, then that doesn't happen. So anyway, those do seem to be things that the Coastal Commission has approved in other jurisdictions.
We had to do a similar thing with our union at work, because often, especially with a school year, it's efficient to hire a bunch of people on the same day to staff up for so-and-so many paraprofessionals, say. But that means everybody has the same starting date. And then if you end up in a layoff situation, what do you pick? Right? Who got the offer letter at noon versus 5 p.m. the same day? And they use a lottery, like a draw straws kind of provision. I'm sure there's all kinds of legal
Like
definitions.
cannabis. Remember?
That's what
It was a lottery, overlay zones.
I understand and don't remember that. I believe you, but I don't remember the specifics of that.
Yeah, there was overlay zones and then lottery.
Like how many, like 3 in this area and 2 and all that. I think that all was being hammered out before we were on council.
Yeah, it was.
It was a big thing.
Yes.
I mean, in
Was
the
it that long
community
ago?
center.
Did it have anything to do with the library?
It was staff intensive.
I would go home.
It was.
I was one of those, walk out the door, oh, this is about cannabis, I gotta go. Okay, so back to this.
This is where I wish we had a good map that really showed us, the information, what's multifamily and what's going to change. What I'd like to suggest is that maybe we can talk about what we might want that staff can draft, and then when it comes back for approvals, there can be maps, and we can decide whether we want to include that or not, whether we think it's necessary.
Something that I don't understand is the Coastal Commission just regulated the number of days that people can stay there because they want more people to stay there. And they want it available for a lot of people. And now they're saying, well, I mean, if we do density, how many people can stay there? That didn't make sense, did it?
Nope, didn't make a bit of sense. I think what you mean is if we have a lot of density constraints, it limits the number of STRs that are possible in a given area, such as, the coast, where people might want to come.
Right.
Yeah, and the idea being it's also neighborhoods and quality of life that we're seeking to
And quiet
preserve.
enjoyment.
Yeah. And then there was public comment that mentioned, like limiting by district or 1% per neighborhood. That's what another
Yeah, I was
public
wondering.
comment I heard.
1% of all dwelling units?
Of our,
1%
each
of what?
neighborhood.
I don't think that solves the problem. If the problem is really that there's too many right next to each other, close
Yeah.
to each other, where it's
Oh, okay,
impactful,
got it,
right? And I think that would be harder to define what the regions are and so
But we
forth.
could define the radius?
We could define a radius. So I just looked at my notes. So it was Pacific Grove and Seaside that
Right, I was
that
going to
have
ask for
55
that.
feet.
I-
And their ordinance is pretty clear about the policies and, how they go about their lottery and so forth. So staff could look at that. I don't think we need to go to 55 feet. I think it could be bigger than that.
Can I ask a quick question before we go down
Yeah.
this road further? Probably question for Kevin. How many vacancies do we have in the Community Development Department right now?
I mean, the department is at 50% staffing right now.
How many people
So
is that?
We're using, there's 4 people in the department.
And what are their?
We're using
They're using-
interim and contract staff.
Thank you for being here, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What are the job descriptions of the 4 that are here? What are their titles? Do you know specifically?
Well,
are
that
2 of
are-
them code enforcement officers?
What's that?
Are 2 of them code enforcement officers?
We do have code enforcement, yes.
Or is that
Wait,
considered
so
outside of
he's asking
the
if
4?
the code enforcement positions are counted in the 4.
No, I was just talking
Okay.
about planning staff.
Okay. So out of 8 that we should have, we have 4 currently.
There's 4 vacancies, yes, of planners, I believe. Senior planner, deputy director, director, and then another, I think 2 senior planners.
So if we had an established senior planner in front of us right now, I'd be so much more comfortable with this conversation. And I hear our community, and I know that it's not generally popular to point to the limitations we have. In this specific instance, as we're having this conversation, I feel like if we are going to plan in terms of what density means, I think we also need to think in terms of the resources we have to implement that. And again, if I had our new senior community development director who will be starting in a couple of weeks in front of us, even that would be a good start to having this conversation so that we could have a more robust understanding of what implementation of this will take. And I just want to start in those terms.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that we're committing to anything today. I'm saying, and because staff hasn't even brought us anything to consider, right? So, and it's consultants that we're using, and
Well, I feel like
we didn't make that deliberation when we were talking about the
Right.
LCP and staff work for that either.
Well, I
I
don't.
mean, I think it's what is needed, and I'm not convinced that we need this either right now.
Oh.
Because I don't know what's happening on the maps and what we're losing, with the multifamily and other things.
Okay.
But I'd hate to not do it and find we have a problem, and then and then when do we come back again?
Well, and even with the maps that we did see, it was very obvious where the density issues are.
It's Sharp Park,
right?
it's right here.
It's
We've been
a
hearing
major
from
point.
our community
Yeah,
for
can I-
many years now on that point.
Yeah.
So, Seaside and who?
Pacific Grove.
It's interesting that the Coastal Commission couldn't locate those.
I know.
I find
Well,
that
that's
interesting as
weird.
well.
I actually,
Do they not have
actually emailed
approved
Julian today.
LCPs? I mean, that would be
They
the
did.
central,
They're not
we're
in-
North Central District.
Exactly.
That's
It's a
central. That's not our district.
It just
It's
says
silk.
coastal.
Isn't it
zone.
Monterey County? Or am I wrong in that?
Yeah.
Because I
and
thought
it's-
Monterey County was our district.
No,
Oh,
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's
because we've had a
central.
commissioner from Monterey County for
Oh, yeah.
us before. I thought we were
No,
specifically
I'm talking
San
staff,
Mateo.
the way the staffing.
Oh.
When the staff reports are made,
Yeah.
in Santa Cruz. Okay, let's talk about Santa Cruz, because Seaside is near there, and so is the other place, Pacific Grove.
Pacific Grove.
When they bring forward stuff, they don't bring it forward to Dan Carl's department in Santa Cruz. I don't believe so, no.
Oh,
I think they bring it to another office.
I see.
And so, my point being, there isn't 100% consistency from, you know, what do we call those, regions, region to region to region. And maybe that's why they wouldn't know, right? But I'm thinking about Pacific Grove, they have a lot of little tiny streets.
Yeah, Seaside's Monterey.
And Seaside is a little bit different, it's more inland, right? But isn't it? No? I don't really.
No, it's not. No, it's right on one.
Right on.
Right on it?
Right on
Okay.
one. Yeah.
I stayed in the STR there.
It might be on the other
I think
side
there
of
was a buffer.
one,
between
however.
it and the next one.
Well,
if
staff
you
also
look-
mentioned Marin. Do we have any information
Well, yeah.
about what they do?
But even with Seaside, there's only a little bit of it that's
I'm sorry,
on the west side of Highway 1.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bowles, did you ask a question?
During the staff report, maybe it was Mike mentioned that Marin had a neighborhood-based policy. Do we know anything about what theirs is like?
They just did it.
They established
months.
caps per,
Per neighborhood.
townships or areas.
Okay.
The point about, I think, the density, neighborhood density is, from my perspective, if council wanted to go down that path and provide some broad parameters, there's a significant research and analysis and justification workload that staff will need to undertake. We're not going to be able to do that and get to the Planning Commission with a draft ordinance in January. It's going to delay this ordinance development and may need to come back to the council. As I mentioned before, we're going to start, when we look at how all of these restrictions are going to really limit the program, we're going to start running into concern and maybe need to consult with coastal staff again about, you know, what's happening in West Sharp Park, for example, with the number of alternative lodging options, because there's no hotels. There's one hotel in West Sharp Park. So when we put all the data together, they're going to start understanding what the dynamic is in Pacifica. You know, they made a recommendation about their parking standard they'd like to see. Staff will go out, look at all the units in West Sharp Park, you know, do sort of an inspection and say, oh, well, you know, 80% of those aren't going to be able to meet this parking standard. And if we get down to there being, you know, 10 STRs in West Sharp Park, we're going to have to come back, go consult with coastal staff and come back to the council and say, you know, this might be a concern from coastal. So all I'm saying is that there's a lot of work that relates to developing, and that's just analyzing what should a density requirement be in a particular neighborhood. There's a lot of work to go there. There's a lot of work to figure out, and how is this going to be implemented annually, and how am I going to afford the staff or contractor that I need to hire to implement that system annually? I mean, that's a very real thing. We're talking someone, based on the cannabis lottery system, there's a significant amount of work to undertake that for 6 shops, you know, in 3 zones. And this is and that was just once, right? This is annually every year to implement a lottery or to develop a pretty rigorous and detailed time stamping application completeness review process that isn't going to be subject to legal challenge. So that's another operational aspect of implementing a neighborhood density program. And, you know, so there's a lot there. So that's all I'm saying.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think all that information would be.
Mike.
I think all of the information that you just talked about would be really important for me to understand and have in front of me before I make a decision about this. I mean, I think it's going to be necessary at some point for us to look at density, but I don't understand all of what City Manager Woodhouse just said.
Well, the part that came through clearly to me is that for you to have that information in front of you is going to extend this process by at least a couple of months.
But can't we move forward with what we have and then work on whatever this is in the future? Or what do you think about that? I don't know.
I think that's what Kevin's saying.
Yeah.
The council the council can make in the future any revisions you want to the STR ordinance after you see how the new regulations settle or not. You know, the question is, do you want to front load this more complicated provision and the work that's going to be required to, you know, bring the information? There's never going to be, I'll state right now, I know Councilmember Bowles likes maps, there's never going to be purely accurate maps in an STR program. They change all the time. They're complicated, and they're never going to be perfectly accurate.
But that's where they should be updated regularly, and they should be on a website where we can look at them and the public can look at them.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree with that.
As soon as we can,
And that's one thing that the council has already directed, and is another, you know, if I look at that from a staffing perspective, I'm basically looking at, I'll go out on a limb and say, I'm looking at an STR operator staff member,
Yeah.
and I'm looking at
Yeah.
significant operating
Lateral.
revenue reduction to the city. So are we going to prioritize STR operator staff member over police officer? What are we
Or
going
we
to do?
charge enough for the permit fees to cover that person and charge more in fines, so that we're making up those costs.
That is one of the things we didn't really discuss today was the income to the city, because we already, and that's part of our obligation. We're here to help the public, but we need to look after the city too. And we already dumped 44 units that we had, right, in the multi-units. I mean, that's what we knew about, 44. So that's quite a hit already onto the budget.
I mean, I'll just say on the fiscal impact, there's a lot of moving variables. It's complicated. When we have the final ordinance direction, we'll do our best to develop a fiscal impacts, ranges and estimates for the things that we know about, limiting to 90 days compared to the 180 or 200 or whatever that an STR currently rents, cuts TOT revenue in half or by, 2/3. So, I've said it before, I'll say it now just for the record, that we're looking at a significant revenue impact to the city, and the council is going to have to work on that during budget deliberations, and we're going to make cuts where we need to make cuts to balance the budget. And that, you're right. I mean, I think your point, Mayor Vaterlos, is that's going to impact services citywide.
I think that it may further complicate Coastal Commission review, and while it could take upwards of a year, it doesn't necessarily need to. But on top of the analysis that our city would need to bring back to us in order to make that determination on this particular point, presumably Coastal Commission would also need to do analysis, or their staff would need to do analysis to be able to bring this in fullness to the Coastal Commission. So it seems to me, given the breadth and scope of what we've requested, it may be prudent to stick this one on the back burner until we see how all the rest fares, and then determine whether or not it's worth it to expend the time to fit in this piece.
I understand, and I am, going to pursue looking at what the buffers are that they couldn't find. From a coastal cities group point of view, the inconsistency of 2 cities within 100 miles of here-ish having it, and they can't find it, surprises me. And their inability to understand the notion of buffer restrictions is a little shocking and surprising when they don't have a problem when it comes to wetlands. They know what buffers are when it comes to wetlands and mitigation really, really, really easily. That's no problem at all. But when it impacts our neighborhoods, but saves the wetland, well, yeah, that's the way it is, too bad. We still have, as to your point, we have to take care of our neighborhoods, but we have to take care of our budget and our fiduciary responsibility to the city. And in so doing, that is taking care of our neighborhoods to a degree.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think a lot of the restrictions that we've already placed on hosted and non-hosted are going to limit a lot of the income already.
And the density.
And the density.
It'll change the density.
And the parking part of it. It'll change the density altogether.
Is it possible when staff comes back, let's say we, don't put this in the ordinance now, but when it comes back to the Planning Commission and then to us, that we actually have a little bit better map, that we've crossed out, all the multifamily units, and so we see the impacts, and then maybe it's not in the ordinance right away, but we can say, at that point, we want to work on it and not wait another year. necessarily.
To work on it?
If
Wait,
at that
not
point
wait
was-
another year to do what?
Not wait until the whole renewal period again in the fall to determine, fully if it's it just as a point to touch base to see if it's something we still want to pursue, even if it's not the immediate ordinance that we're submitting.
I think at that point, at some point, we have to sort of put a project to bed, right? And so I wonder if it's then becomes a goal-setting thing again. We've had fixed the STR ordinance on our goal-setting for 2 years. Is it, we've got zoning, we've got housing element, we've got other things coming.
I'm not opposed to that. We make the decision at that point in March or April, whenever it happens, but it would be nice to have more information presented to us, right? Which for right now, I don't feel like I have enough information to know if this is needed or not.
Right.
If
So
we...
it's really just a map. So we know what's getting crossed off because they don't have parking, what's getting crossed off because it's a multifamily. And then maybe that map that we're seeing that is pretty horrific right now for Sharp Park,
looks different.
We'll know that there's attrition there, that it's not an immediate problem.
I feel like what we won't know is how it reconfigures from that point and where new ones will pop up because we're not as saturated and maybe others want to get into the market. And also I feel like a thing that a council person could do independent of staff is just start investigating those ordinances in other places. It sounds like our community has already begun.
I've read a couple myself already before now too, but until I have a map that I can look at, I can't do that research myself.
Well, it sounds like the map you're looking for is going to be formed after we put all of this into motion, and if that's the case, and that's my...
It's a version of the map we saw tonight, right? Effectively, the map that's going to become.
Right. Well, I can guarantee that one of the information requests Coastal Commission staff is going to ask is, what do all these regulations, as council has adopted in the ordinance, what do you predict they're going to do to the existing STR stock? So we're going to have to develop maps to the best of our ability. The parking requirement, I'll have to talk to staff and building staff about, how are we going to determine the number of bedrooms in each STR, and, we have to do that anyway. So we're just going to have to do a lot of work in finalizing the ordinance to take it to the Planning Commission and have a better map that says, here's what this package does currently to the STR program. We have 132 permitted for this year, or whatever it is at that point in time. And if you just kind of fast forward and apply all these here, we estimate we're going to have 60. That's what it will, we'll make an estimate about that. We're going to have to do that related to trying to estimate the fiscal impact of the revenue impact of the program. So we will develop more maps to answer your question. Long way of answering your question. We will develop your maps. I think the trick would be we adopt an ordinance and then we start working on the local coastal plan submittal to the Coastal Commission, which is going to take a long time, and we don't know what their decision is going to be about that for a long time. Would it be prudent to be in parallel working on more revisions to the program at that time, given all of the other priority work plan, strategic plan items that the council has directed? So that could be a goal-setting discussion at that time.
I'm imagining, in light of what you just said about what Coastal's going to want to see, is it possible to do almost like an overlay, like, here's what it looks like now. Implementing the parking restriction, it's almost like you peel away that layer, takes away all these ones. So now this is what it looks like. And then you take away the other thing, whatever other restrictions that we said. I know the parking was a really big one that I think is going to have significant impact.
Yeah, the multi-unit, the owner
the
occupied.
multifamily. Take away
Yeah.
that layer. I mean,
Well, and I think, again, the challenge is there's two major things that we're not going to be able to estimate. We're not going to be able to estimate who's going to stay in business with a 90-day limitation versus the current no limitation. And number two, who's going to stay in business with the primary residency requirement. So we're not going to be able to estimate those, but those are definitely both going to have a real impact and reduce the number of STRs from the current allotment that are going to want to operate or be able to operate, I think.
So you can't estimate the primary resident, I mean, we know who the owners are, right, that have
have pulled the
STRs now,
permits.
right? So we,
I don't know the data. My guess is it's a very low percentage that are primary residents. There'll be some, but very low percentage. So how are they going to react to the new regulation? You know, what loophole are they going to create to have be a primary resident or not, or are they going to do that? And we just won't know that.
okay.
And so, you know, it's going to take a year or two to see how the new regulations play out in reality, I think, and what new players might want to come into the game because, you know, they do meet all these criteria or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And there are a few examples, I know, you know, of a few people in Sharp Park and in town that are already operating hosted. And maybe that will, you know, there may be people that want to get into it. It's possible. We'll have to see. So what's our decision for today on this?
I think we can't go forward with the density issue today. And we don't have the staff to go through all the nuances that it would create.
You agree?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have enough information.
Me either.
Okay.
I think there is a lot here to work on to see what the result is, and then we reconfigure. And I think that a lot is going to get better as a result of this, and we'll see if we need to do more work at that point.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Are you okay? You're not sure?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm sure.
What else?
I'll hesitate to ask the question, but were there any other, you know, final clarifications on other matters that the council wanted to direct at this point that seemed ambiguous or not? We have pretty clear direction, I think, to move forward, and keep in mind that, you know, for small details, those can be adjusted as the ordinance is reviewed and, you know, from Planning Commission and council as it rolls forward, but.
Just in regard to maps again, I began to think about, as the way these maps look, because of the way they're created, they looked very much like the map we have for our districts, our voting districts, and some other map that I can't think of right now because I'm tired. I know. The Should Safe Parking Program, where you can park an oversized vehicle on our streets, map had to be made available. Do you imagine that we will have a dynamic map available on our website that everybody who has an interest can go to and look at some point in time?
I think that's up to the council if you want to direct that as part of the program. Again, it's just a staff workload item that is constantly changing, and what will happen, which is what we've seen in this process anyways, is a constant, you know, input back and forth with residents saying, well, your map's not accurate, it is, it's not, it's, you know, we'll back and forth, change this, that one changes. It's just going to be a constant work item for the planning department, most likely, in managing that map.
Unless we only update it once a month and indicate that this map is as of this date, and we will not change the map for another 30 days so that people know that it's not a current map.
Right, and even, but that's not going to prevent the people saying, well, your map is inaccurate, you know, in
Well, the
that
people could be
conversation.
giving information like I did, this one's not on your map, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, and that's helpful, right, to get HDL enforcing and collecting TOTs if we can bring them in line, right, instead of just leaving things on the table.
Right.
So
And
trying to empower our community, which is what they want to do.
yes, and I was thinking about it in terms of, there's other, examples of effectively complaint-driven enforcement that we have in the city. And this is really along that line. It really is. We don't know every single street and every single thing that's going on every single minute, but the community does. And we had a public comment tonight from someone who's pretty active in the community, who was very disheartened to realize, based on this map, and it might be inaccurate, that the STR that's causing great pain in their family isn't even a licensed, registered STR. So the pain is happening, and $0.00 is going towards the city to help defray all the costs. Having access to some kind of map, some kind of information that allows our residents to, in our, neighborhoods, to validate. I mean, they know, they see cars coming and going, they know right away. And to be able to check and then assist us. I know it will be workload, but maybe with some of our automated systems, there will be ways of reporting that don't necessarily require, an instantaneous response from staff. But it can collect the information in a Google form that gets reviewed by someone at some point in time. I don't know how it's going to operate. It's not really my area of expertise, since I'm not the city manager. But I think we need it. I just do.
And also, one of the items that was in the response to questions is, posting of information, sign, QR code at the building for contact person and license. So at the STR location, that will be all available. Again, that information and that information being on a website with or without an interactive map is going to be a constant workload item. And we'll just have to figure out how to manage that as part of the new short-term rental program manager that we're going to have to hire.
Maybe there's.
It sounds to me like a moving target. And it sounds to me like a moving target when we've already directed to put an actual QR target on a house.
What do you mean? It moves. What's the moving target? Having the map?
Yes. The map will constantly be changing, I think, is what the city manager is saying.
Yeah.
Right.
But whether it's a map or not, it's a link to be able to check to see if an address is licensed. So maybe it doesn't have to be a map. Maybe it's just you put in 1567 Beach Boulevard and you can find out if they have a license.
And currently, if a resident sends us an email and says, is this an STR, is there any reason why we wouldn't answer that?
Yeah, we checked it.
I feel like we have directed a lot of tools. And I feel like we should see what those tools accomplish. And then if y'all want to direct more tools, it's your prerogative, but
You're saying no map?
I'm
Is that
not.
what you're trying to say in a very nice, polite way without saying it?
Yeah. As I'm trying to fathom what this map winds up being, I don't know that this map is the tool that I think you think it is.
Mayor Vaterlos, if I could just add that,
Yes.
as City Manager Woodhouse pointed out, we've received prior direction to add a requirement to the ordinance about signage. To me, a sign out in front of a property is much more valuable in identifying whether it's an STR, a permitted STR or not, than a map, which I have to find, I have to look up on the internet, and it may be updated or not every month, et cetera. So just from my perspective personally, I think a sign out in front of the property is an invaluable tool to identifying whether or not it's a permitted STR location.
That's what I was trying to say.
So the illegal ones won't have a sign, then what?
Won't have signs, so you know it's illegal.
But we
Now
also
we have
won't have
enforcement
any
tools
signs
available to
until
enforce.
late next year, right? Because this is not something we're asking people to do now. So is it helpful to have some way of?
It should also have the contact information on the sign, because that, if I see a bunch of garbage,
Yeah.
I want the contact of the person.
Yeah,
And I'm not going to
that's
call the
part of
city
it.
and say,
Yeah.
yeah, tell me the contact person for this.
But I also think the map was valuable tonight.
Absolutely.
I think it was very valuable
Yeah.
tonight, and I think so often, when you actually give people what they ask for, they're happy and they stop asking for more things.
So A,
Say, nope, sorry, can't do it, too much, no, can't do, they're gonna keep asking.
I think that people will always be asking for more things. And two, I think that we have given as so much that people have been asking for. I think in terms of the snapshot we were looking at tonight, which is, we were looking at one thing that said something, another thing that said something, and another thing that said something. 3 things that did not align, 3 things that were not today. And so I think that you are looking at a snapshot in every instance. And what if it's okay, a real-time updated map, fine, who's doing the updating?
HDL?
Yeah, they're
And the
doing it
city?
anyway, right?
HDL goes, did they get a business license, did they do this? It's sent to the city goes, yep.
Okay, the work they're already doing in map form, how often are they going to need to update the map? And will there be additional staff that's needed to update that map on a regular basis?
Or just post it and occasionally it gets updated. We don't have to promise anything, but even just having something now is helpful.
Well, that's fine. A touchstone is helpful. I'm just saying that
And maybe it's an interim tool. As you just pointed out, we're not going to have the ordinance with the requirements ready and being implemented for months to come. But creating the map could take a ton of work too. I don't know.
But it's there. They've done it, right, and they're updating it as they
Right.
go. So
I think it was a very useful tool. I'll agree. I think it helped a lot tonight,
Showed the
having
density.
it. So what I'm trying to say is thank you for bringing the map forward, because it was helpful, although imperfect, it was helpful, very helpful.
It's never going to be perfect.
And thank
It
you.
can't be perfect.
And thank you.
I do have
And
one.
welcome to
I have a
Pacifica.
couple things.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I do have a
And thank
final
you, Council.
comment before we wrap.
What?
I did have one item I wanted to bring before we wrap.
Okay.
When I have city manager's attention, along with my fellow council members. Kevin? Hi. One final thing before we wrap up, I think one final thing.
Yeah.
Regarding the STR cap specifically,
Oh, thank you for asking that.
as we implement these things, it occurs to me that the cap,
Wait, ladies, this is
Sorry.
important.
Sorry.
as we implement these things, it occurs to me that there may suddenly be substantially fewer STRs in general. And as that number naturally falls, it might be prudent on occasion to reassess whether or not our current cap is the right fit. So for example, if suddenly this falls to 80 SDRs in town, and that's consistent for, 6 months or whatever, it might be prudent to revisit the 150 number and lower it to 100 so that we don't wind up, again, with an aggravated result in the future, unintended. So I just wanted to put that out there for consideration of future councils dealing with this item, that it might be worth it to consider whether or not we should lower the cap as we go along.
Through attrition or such. Yeah,
Pretty much.
it did occur to me. And thank you for
So
voicing that.
yeah, I have a couple more. So people brought up again today, platform accountability. My understanding is that that's something the city attorney's going to be working on and looking at, trying to get the platforms to take illegal STRs off, making sure they actually list the license numbers and so forth. Whatever we can do so that our staff doesn't have to do the enforcement that the platforms do. And I think San Francisco has a good model of that we talked about before. So it's just not in here, so I just want to clarify that that's something that's still going to be worked on when it comes back to us.
So to clarify, I think it was discussed at previous meetings, and the comment that the city attorney made was that, we can do what the council directs in terms of including it or not including some sort of platform accountability in the ordinance. It's just the enforcement of that requirement may be difficult because Pacifica doesn't have the same leverage that San Francisco or some of the other big cities do. So I think there was also discussion about just working voluntarily with platforms like Airbnb and VRBO and some of the others to just get them to know specifically the city has had numerous discussions with Airbnb. So that was where it was left. I don't think there was any sort of consensus on including that in the ordinance itself. But again, we can do what the council directs. It just might be something that, we may not be able to use it as efficiently as the council would like.
But it would be there in case
it
we
would be
needed
there.
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
We need all the tools we can have.
Yeah. I
And
agree.
on the note to your point about San Francisco has more leverage, and if I'm not mistaken, some of their accountability requirements were legally derived, either through a settlement or a judgment.
Right.
We're not suing.
No,
right?
no.
Let's just be really clear about that.
Yeah.
But how to,
But if some of that case law can be applied
right,
to us, that's a different.
that's a question. And so is that what you're
Yes.
referring to, Councilmember Bowles? The analysis of case law as to whether it can be utilized as a tool?
Well, I don't think, we can certainly look at that, but there's not going to be, if there was a settlement,
Right?
there's not going to be any clear case law on that particular issue. Both sides will have argued the,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
think
different
basically we're looking for your recommendations of the most that we can put on the platform so that we're saving staff time and they just do that for us. And I'll just bring up the point of the license numbers. I was checking some, and that's on our application now that they have to. So, like, who is following up, right? Or, is Airbnb, or should they be checking now to see that they all have a license number? Is that their responsibility, or is that HDL's to go back?
Well, it's not HDL's. When we're going to have to so we could look at, them playing that role. Our leverage with we've had a good working relationship with Airbnb. Ms. Carter has worked with them, and, they've removed ones that have been revoked and et cetera. But we're going to get much less attention with much less leverage with Airbnb moving into the future. Because, it's not a significant market for them.
Amazing how they can have so little attention to it, and the impacts can be so great for our community. It's just weird.
Yeah.
And terrible.
It's really hard altogether, this whole thing.
Yeah.
You have to weigh so many things in this. The people, the money, the visitors, everybody.
Actually, just to that point, and we talked about, I think Tiger brought it up, the high fines, like for noise, starting at $1,500. And one of the things in the Pacific Grove ordinance, they have a $2,500 fine per day to someone who lists a property doesn't have the proper permits. So maybe that's something we can look into, that we can be recouping recouping that money also.
I think we already directed staff to look into the fines that we could.
What they wrote was about noise and certain, I don't know about whether it's about whether you're listed and have all your proper permits.
Having the permit,
Right, so there are state law constraints on what the maximums the city can charge for fines. I can look at Pacific Grove. One thing that is distinguishable between this city and other cities is this isn't a charter city, so
I
we
was
have
about
to
to
stick
ask,
with
yeah.
the constraints of the state law.
Yeah, I understand.
Like our
But I-
$1,000
yes,
or
I mean-
$1,000 fireworks.
Yeah.
That's
Right,
the
we had
max.
definitely talked previously about at least reviewing the fines. There have been some changes to state law that allow for increased fines for STR violations specifically, but they have to relate to health and safety violations, not licensing violations, so,
And that's where noise would come in handy.
Oh.
right.
But
Yeah, and the noise monitoring, I mean, so that it's an objective, measure,
And trash.
because
trash.
we'll count how many pieces of trash you have to pick up
But a
off the
permit
ground.
might also be an issue if it's not.
Well, rats
for
and
occupation.
Right.
We don't know.
traffic hazard.
Totally,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to bring up, so I can't remember where I read it, but we talked about inspections, and staff is remembering something different than I remembered. So I wanted to confirm with all of you that, so we're doing inspections of unhosted STRs. Staff is under the impression that we're not doing inspections of hosted STRs, and I think we should. So this is, and we can decide about how often an inspection goes, but this is to make sure that you're making, that there aren't building, safety issues, right? So when you get your permit at the beginning, you're doing your diagrams, you have an inspection from building and code enforcement. And I don't know why we'd be trusting someone who's renting a room in their house more than someone who's renting the whole house. I mean, I give an example of my brother who was trying to make some money and rented his garage with a heating system, which was illegal and dangerous, and I told him and he stopped. But, I mean, I think we need to make, it would still be helpful to do an inspection of anything that we're renting out to the public.
And if I could clarify, so staff did go back and look at the minutes and the video on these other discussion items, and regarding inspections, there wasn't a clear council majority about the inspections for hosted. So unhosted have an inspection. I wrote it here. There was not majority direction from the council that hosted STRs should be required to have more than a self-inspection requirement and permit checklist to confirm compliance with regulations. So the council has discussed that, didn't provide direction. If you want to discuss it now and change that and require inspections for hosted, then we'll add that to the work.
And we're not charging any different fees or application fees, so presumably.
That was what I was going to ask. There's some inspections that it's a fee, right? A fire inspection, it's at cost. Or were we thinking that STR fee?
I mean, if it's a yearly inspection, and I mean, other cities I looked at don't do it yearly, so.
I know, I was going to say, really? Yearly?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary even for the others, but,
Are the other cities you're looking at doing inspections on hosted STRs?
yeah.
Here's something I'd like to say about that. We know there are many, many properties in our city that over many years have evolved spaces that probably are occupied, and we have no idea how they were done. I'm thinking about modified ranchers that the way they were built, as I understand it, they had a garage and a bunch of dirt in some cases. In many cases now, we have 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and I mean, living spaces that have been created, and it's not clear if it was permitted work or not. So I've always wondered about and this is a little bit different topic on the issue of housing, but some kind of program, amnesty program, some kind of way, because it concerns me that there may be unsafe conditions that have just persisted because it's been that way for 40 years, you know? And if then people go, oh, I could have an STR, I could be hosted. I mean, you can imagine an unsafe space being used as a hosted STR pretty easily. I can imagine it. Maybe I'm off base here.
Like her brother.
Here in this very city?
I know.
No.
Yeah, just over the hill, not very far. Yeah.
So I'm
No,
not
but it's
trying to
also-
look for workload and piling on. I'm looking for safety and, you know, is there a cost to send someone to look at that and do that inspection? Yes.
Yeah.
What is that cost? And is that an additional fee the first time you do your application? You meet your inspection, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
And you self-report after that. I don't know. Is it too much? I don't know.
It's also catching, you know, like people that put in a tiny home in their backyard. So they're living there, it's hosted, but it's not something that's legal, right? Or it's an opportunity to catch things before it becomes an enforcement, which becomes a lot harder to pull back if you do that before a permit is issued.
Sounds like we're creating a big workload.
Well, I don't know if it's for our staff. I mean, actually, some of the other cities, you can use, like, they have a list of who you can hire. So you can hire somebody yourself, and then the city can always audit it, right? So that's another way to do it.
Like when you're buying your house?
And you get an inspection,
Mm-hmm.
you pay for it,
Right?
yeah.
It's only a few $100s. It's not a
No,
big thing.
about $700.
Well, I mean, a whole house for sale, you're looking at termites and, you know, other things.
Those are safety issues, right?
The idea that $700 isn't very much, I think, is a spectrum. And I just want to point that out. And for me, I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree, but I think that an unhosted STR where somebody says, here's a house, have fun, and then walks away, in terms of safety is different than somebody who is living in their own house and I would hope has concern for their own safety. And I think that that's an important distinction between the two. Not that in an ideal circumstance we wouldn't have inspections across the board, but I feel like if you're setting up a house and then walking away from it and there's no oversight, I'd like to make darn well sure that whomever is owning that house has set up their new guests to not die. Whereas the alternative with a hosted STR, I would hope that the host has set themselves up not to die.
Well,
But don't you think just to get a license, don't you need an inspection? I mean, to me, that seems like
the host could have a legal bedroom, but that doesn't mean that he's renting a legal bedroom.
just one inspection.
Yeah, it's just one inspection. And I don't think it would cost I mean, maybe staff can come back with an estimate of what it costs. I mean, it's really like looking at the bedrooms and the exiting. It's not looking at the structure of the house and.
Sure, but the more we're adding things on, the more it costs. The more work there is. And I think that the phrase, bite off more than one can chew, is immediately coming to mind. I understand I am going to have many meals over the course of my life, and while I love eating good food, at some point there's only so much I can fit on a plate that's reasonable for a meal. Might be a trite metaphor, but it seems like, you know, we've directed, I don't know if we're all have a similar sense of how much we have directed at this point, but I get the sense that it is quite a lot, that it will make quite a difference, And at the point in time in which there is an issue, we can deal with that, much as there's an issue now and we are dealing with it. I don't disagree with you. Yes, there should be inspections, but what that means on top of everything we've already directed, I feel like it becomes exponential, not additive.
I don't think it's exponential. I think it's a tiny little thing, and it keeps people safe.
And I think a straw is a tiny little thing too until it meets the wrong camel.
Sure.
I mean,
And probably this is exactly the point we got to last time and why there wasn't clear direction in the
Yeah.
record,
Yeah, because it's,
because we didn't
and it's a
come to
5-hour
consensus.
meeting.
And I'm tired.
And, yeah.
I mean, regarding the hosted inspections, so there's on the permit application and sort of the self-inspection part of that, there'll be whatever checklist that they comply, and the risk of, if they lied, their permit's going to be revoked. So then if the violation comes to the city's attention from a guest at that hosted STR, then the permit would be, then we'd have to go and inspect. It'd be a code enforcement case and the permit would be revoked. So there's that motivation to be compliant even when you're self-reporting.
Are we still requiring them to do a diagram of the house and the parking? We didn't make a distinction about that, so.
Yeah, I think that's part of the requirements.
And so as part of that, staff could check the building permit records to see if they really have 3 bedrooms or 5?
I don't know.
No, well, we talked about that being part of the review before you issue a permit, that you're checking the permit record so that they haven't built stuff illegally.
But the permit record's here.
Whatever we have, I understand. And that's where an inspection helps, right? That you can't see.
I think that we did talk about this, and I think we agreed that it's not, the workload for people to check the permit records is another workload issue. I mean, designing.
Oh, actually, that reminds me, that's something that's not on the application that we directed, was to ask people if they were aware of unpermitted work or incomplete permits, right? So that they have to self-report that.
I don't remember that. I don't.
I think council discussed that a bit, that
We
is
talked
a fairly complex thing to ask from an applicant, right? I mean.
You're asking if they're aware, you're not, I mean,
Oh, yeah, we did talk about that.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that, honestly, I don't. But I'm not.
I think we said that.
Disagreeing with you. I mean, I'm not saying we didn't, I'm just saying I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
we need to stop.
Well, there are 2 people with differing opinions on this, and the other 3 of us haven't weighed in on the inspections. So, in order to have consensus, we need 4 people to speak on this item.
Oh, yeah.
I think an inspection's a great idea. I just don't think we can get into that right now. I think that's a later add-on, my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too, so I'm tending to agree with you, Tiger, on that. But I do agree with the question on the application. Because I do remember talking about that before. Other than that, my brain is tapped. And it's time check too.
It is time check.
Well, let's
So,
finish it up.
so
and
can I,
vote.
I just do want to clarify, because this thing about a question about being aware of code violations or unpermitted work was talked about, council, previously. I guess we'd have to go back and look at the record, but I didn't get the sense that we were directed to add that, and I think that is a very tricky and complicated question to ask. And I want to get clear council direction regarding that and what that question should be.
Yeah, again, I'm thinking of the 315 Esplanade where people got STR permits and business licenses. They were doing work without permits, including major electrical work. So it's like they knew they needed a permit and they didn't get one. And it wasn't until it was complained and red tagged that they got that. But they shouldn't be able to get a permit if they're doing work that's unpermitted. There has to be a way to check that.
So I would just respond and say, but how does a question on the application address that particular issue?
It's a place if we catch them,
But
then
they,
it's a revocation.
they could say, I wasn't aware. Right. And we would not really have any evidence to contradict that because awareness is very
Well,
subjective.
maybe that's not a good word.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So, I mean, I understand what you're trying to get at, but the reality is the city has that information. We should know if they have been receiving notices, citations, things of that nature. So we have that within our documentation system. We don't need an applicant to confirm or deny that. We know whether their property has been the subject of enforcement actions or violations.
But in this case, it wasn't until a next-door neighbor who was afraid of being evicted made a complaint. The city did not find that themselves. They issued all those permits, even though the space was all open up and not habitable. And actually, that makes me think of one of the buildings on this list that apparently is permitted for 4 units. Someone in the audience was telling me it's one that has had open construction permits for a number of years. Like, we should not be giving STR permits for places that are under construction. They should be done before.
Well, but you could have a permit that's outstanding for lots of reasons, but the work is completed, or it could have nothing to do with the short-term rental that is on the property. I mean, I hear what you're saying, that it should be maybe looked at, but it's not necessarily a determinative factor.
But that's where an inspection comes in. If you're seeing a place that's under construction, that's not habitable, you're not giving a permit. Anyway, I've said it all I'm going to say. That's really important to me, but I understand. It needs 3 people.
I understand why it's important to you because it's your work. It's what you do.
And it's a
what
public
you know.
safety issue.
And I concur about the public safety concern. And I do believe there's probably a lot of instances where unpermitted work has gone on. I'm struggling with, the mushrooming impact of these additional regulations and concepts that we're bringing forward at a really late stage in terms of our giving staff direction to go do this thing and bring it back to us so we can hurry up and get the ordinance passed. And I just worry that I don't understand what the workload impact of what you're saying is. I know you think it's nothing. I'm not sure the staff thinks it's nothing. We had this conversation last night at the BAC. A BAC member thought this thing would only be $1,000. It's just $1,000. Had no appreciation for the amount of hours of staff time that would have to go into doing the thing because they don't think of it that way. They don't have that orientation. So I had to kind of, point it out. Staff concurred, we got it. It was fine. It wasn't a big deal. But it's just that point of view. And I hear where you're coming from in your daily work. This is required.
And I just see a lot of work being done illegally because permits are so hard to get, right? I mean, I think we all know that. Mm-hmm. And so, we don't want that to happen. If people aren't getting permits, they're not paying the city fees either. They're not paying the increased property taxes on their houses.
It seems to me we're really getting into a whole realm of concern that I agree with you. I mean, I've thought, we way back when we approached our ADU ordinance concept, and with our housing requirements and our RENA numbers, and I mentioned it 30 minutes ago,
could there be an amnesty program? Could we design a program where we would have, in the world, where we would have inspections, where, we could bring things into compliance and then they could be housing and it could expand our housing, right? The same way ADUs expand our housing. But we don't have that program, and I don't know what it would take to create such a program, how it would be paid for, et cetera. So I don't know that we can invent that now, attached to this process.
Well, and that's where I think, we don't necessarily need the other ordinances and, the affidavit or whatever, but a simple inspection would tell you a lot. And that's where I'm afraid we're missing information that would be very easy to get in an inspection that then makes the enforcement part and getting the city attorney involved and revoking something later on much more difficult, where you can nip it in the bud. Or it's not even nipping in the bud, you're informing someone, you have an unsafe condition, you might want to fix this, and, you just can't get your permit until you do.
Okay, we only have 5 more minutes. So, a no, a no, a no, a no, and a yes.
For now, yeah, because I just don't understand.
For now.
Okay.
I don't
Well,
understand what.
I hope the planning commission can opine too when they hear the ordinance.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a reasonable place to bring it.
Yeah.
Because
Not
they know
at
those
11
rules.
o'clock at night, for one
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
On top of, all the other stuff that we've already done tonight.
That's good.
I do think it bears looking at. I don't have enough information to make a decision affirmatively that we need to do it, because I don't know what the cost implications are.
Madam Mayor.
Yes. Anything else? Okay.
Meeting adjourned at?
Meeting adjourned at 10:55. Ooh, that was
God,
really
that was so.
That was waking everybody up.
She had to do it.
Bang.
That's it.